1, 2, 3. Let's move Domas. Hey, what's up, baby? What's up, baby?
What up? It's Olympia crazy.
This fool got the whole studio smelling like.
You can smell. I can't smell nothing.
Oh yeah,
My bad.
yeah, buddy.
Well, I'll get rid of it quick so you won't smell no more.
Who made that? Squints?
Yeah.
Yeah, Squints go in the kitchen. That's what I understand. All right, got to get this stuff off to rich.ripley@odyssey.com. What's up, everybody? Chris, what's happening, man? Rob Dub. Michael, what's happening? Tyler, Jay, Scott, Soren, what's good? Michigan Wolverines, Dr. David, what's happening? Jordan, John Pulse, we see you guys. Will Z will be with us coming up in about a little less than an hour, about 50 minutes. I do. Don't say it like that. That was just once. It's just one time. Yeah, I wasn't ready. I'm ready now, though. I got it.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
What's good, baby? Hope you had a wonderful weekend. We welcome you in here to the Monday, March 6th edition of D-Lo McKC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
My goodness, man.
Acknowledge me.
Dude over here so excited. He's eating lumpia at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Is bomb. Shout out to Squints. I see you, big dog. Wow.
All right, DJ
I'll be
Squints.
back out there.
Yeah, he got
there.
the whole kitchen smelling like lumpia. That's what your boy is doing. Not the whole kitchen, the whole studio. Man, we hope you had a good weekend. We are thrilled that you are here with us. There's a lot to go over. Sacramento Kings played a couple of games over the weekend. Sacramento Kings play a game tonight. The Ja Morant situation managed to get worse.
Still getting worse as we speak.
Derek Carr has a new home.
Good for him.
An official new home ahead of free agency.
It was
here
a long
in the
process.
NFL. It wasn't short, but I think he landed in the spot.
It's actually pretty short.
I think he landed in the spot he always wanted to go, and I think he landed with the team that wanted him the most.
Yeah. It's a good fit for him, too.
And got a nice little deal, too.
Yeah.
I told him, man, them contracts, them quarterback contracts, they be out there. So we'll get into all of that. Of course, the phone lines will be open for you, as always, 916-909-1320. Will Z is going to be with us coming up in about 45 minutes or so to preview tonight's game. And then James Ham will be with us. We have him scheduled for 3 o'clock, but there is a game tonight, so James will come in here. Although James does often get here after shoot around, and then he just hangs out in the kitchen and
chilling.
Just comes in here like
talking to Catalina, talking to Molly, talking to Justine, Slammy, just be chilling. Rich,
notice the trend there. Talking to the ladies of Odyssey, I guess, is what James is doing. He does a lot of writing while he's out there too. So whenever James gets here and decides he wants to come in and talk with us, he will, and there'll be plenty to talk about. With the Sacramento Kings splitting games over the weekend. Won another close one with the Los Angeles Clippers, which is hysterical, 128-127. They got their first win in the Russell Westbrook era last night. We'll talk about that later on. And then, of course, the Kings follow that up with a rare high-scoring loss to the Minnesota Timberwolves, 138-134. I believe my Will Z numbers, only the second loss, 130 plus.
Yep.
With, I think, bringing their total now, and Will Z will have to confirm this for me, 15-2. when they score 130 plus.
I'll take that.
A very rare high scoring loss for the Sacramento Kings.
That game, I tweeted it out right after, and I said, I'm shocked, man. I'm shocked, that they didn't pull that one out. I know they didn't play great defensively, but that was their type of game, and it was right there for them. I can't remember the exact time and place. I wish I had it in my notes, but there was a time where they could have tied it, and somebody missed the layup, and then Sabonis had a follow-up that was point-blank range, and he missed it, and I felt like it felt like that was their opportunity.
I just remember the Harrison 3 when they got that.
I was there. It was a good look.
I think it was 134 to 132 question mark.
That sounds right.
And it was like, okay, another possession. And I think if Harrison had just shot it, maybe I don't think he was entirely certain what he was going to do in that situation.
Yeah.
And then thought, for a minute, this sucker left me open.
Let me pull up on him.
I'm gonna shoot it, but that was after that slight hesitation. Probably could have gone to Herter on the other side, but saw space and shot it and
pulled up.
Didn't work.
Yeah,
didn't work. They had chances.
They definitely had opportunities in that game, and I thought they pull it through, but they didn't. It happens.
Can we talk about the defense just for a second? I mean, James is going to destroy the defense for an hour, and that's fine. But they weren't good defensively. I understand that. But there were a handful of possessions, particularly late in the game, and you talked about being shocked at them losing on Saturday night. There were a handful of possessions, especially late in the game, where it felt like they played really good defense for 20, 21 seconds, but then somehow someone, more often than not in the corner, wound up wide open. And I can let me give you the exact number. Minnesota Timberwolves, Saturday night, 20 of 39 from 3. I think that's a lie. I think they were 39 of 39 because it felt like everything was going in. But perhaps more specifically than the 20 of 39 on the game, it felt like in those moments where the Kings had played good defense for 20 seconds, 21 seconds, and Mike Conley or whoever it was open in the corner, it felt like they shot 100% on those shots.
It really did, man. They made him pay every single time. I mean, I know I'm not acting like the defense isn't a problem or doesn't need to improve, but you kind of know how I am in these situations a lot of the times. I mean, the offense for the Minnesota Timberwolves, they were executing really well, and then they were hitting their shots. And you got guys like Alexander who was hitting shots. Mike Conley hit some shots. Ant-Man obviously hit some shots. McDaniels hit some wide open shots. I mean, defense has to get better. I'm not disputing that. You want them to play better, but Minnesota, they made some buckets on Saturday night. They made their shots. They shot 51% from beyond the arc, hit 23s. Yeah. And I know everybody's going to be like, well, you can hit them if you're wide open. This isn't the first time teams have wide open threes.
Minnesota shot exceptionally well.
Yeah, they made the shots. And, that team hits 23s on you, it's going to be hard to win, man. Minnesota played well on Saturday night. That was a hell of a win for them. Belo and JC in Minnesota, they should feel good about the weekend that the Minnesota Timberwolves had because they should
feel good about this whole West Coast road trip.
Yeah, man, they're playing good basketball.
They beat the Clippers, beat the Lakers, beat the Kings.
I tip my hat to them, man. They won that game on Saturday night.
The hell with Minnesota and the Timberwolves.
Well, we can always do that.
I tip my hat to Ant-Man though.
Come on, that's my guy.
That boy is.
That's my guy, man.
Nasty.
That is my guy. Ant-Man.
It didn't even feel fair at times.
No.
Come on, man. This ain't right.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, Ant-Man still don't really He still don't really get
put it all together yet.
Yeah, he still I think the next year, maybe even 2 years from now, is gonna be the year. Well, we seeing De'Aaron Fox right now. De'Aaron Fox 25. Ant-Man is what, 21?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. Ant-Man is next.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You know what?
Can't wait to see him for the Kings, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be legit. He loves Sacramento.
He
He loves Sacramento. He should probably force his way out next year. Like if he really wanted to get ahead of things. Just, who's his agent? Let's get on this. People kept looking. Oh, De'Aaron Fox to LA. No. That's Clutch clients coming to Sacramento.
That's right.
To play with De'Aaron Fox. You talk about getting it. Could you imagine if Rudy Gobert got it? Rudy Gobert had a couple of plays where, like, he finished with 13 and 14. He had a couple of plays where I'm looking at him like, God, if Minnesota does that every time, like, this game is over. Just over. Like, there's no one down there to do anything about this. But no, next play, nowhere to be found, nowhere near the key, nowhere near anything. I'm like, whew, you talk about getting it. Good thing Rudy Gobert don't get it. Good thing Minnesota don't like him. Because if they had seen what I seen, boy, Ant-Man wouldn't have had to do nothing. Hey, give the ball back to Rudy Gobert. He's literally doing the Kareem at UCLA thing, the Lou Alcindor at UCLA, where he can't dunk it and he just turns and kind of drops it into the rim.
Well, you just never know what you're getting, though. When he tries to dunk it, he just bricks the dunk.
Well, that's fine. Turn, drop it above the rim. That's what he was doing. Just turn. Lay right there. Lou Alcindor can't dunk. Just pop right there. He did that a couple times. I was like, man,
it's huge, man.
But yeah, it does. We're in trouble. I mean, there's nothing anyone can do about that.
No.
And then except Minnesota. Minnesota was the only people who could do something about that move that Rudy Gobert had. And they did it. They just didn't go back to him, unfortunately.
And Rudy Gobert can.
Well, Rudy Gobert, too.
Said, like, there's just times when you don't get it.
He ain't there. Like, he's hanging out at the perimeter. Like, bro, just scored twice. What are you doing?
Just ain't always
go down there. Hey, not my problem.
And it is what it is.
Not my problem.
The guy's like 45 years old. Like, he's not going to change.
I don't think Rudy Gobert is 45.
How old is Rudy? Is he?
No
That's
idea.
a good question.
It's got to be in his.
Got to be in his 30s somewhere.
No, is he? How long he been in the league?
He's been around for a minute.
Like a minute,
he
or like
is 30.
Oh, okay.
Turns 31 in June.
Okay. Couple more
been
months.
In the league.
Couple more months, and that constitute in his 30s.
This is his 9th season in the league.
Wow.
Sounds
Okay.
about right.
Yeah, he's been around. I mean, he got the contract.
He's not old. I'm just saying.
No.
He's been in our way.
Is he Harrison Barnes' age?
He is Harrison. Then Harrison just turned 30.
Harrison Barnes, the oldest 30-year-old in the world.
He feels older than Rudy Gobert.
He feels way older than Rudy Gobert. Harrison Barnes been in the league 20 years. Didn't he play LeBron his rookie year?
Yeah, Harrison, same amount with that Dirk career. He's been in the league 20 years.
Man. Strong Udonis Haslem vibes.
It's coming in and get the rocking chair
Yeah.
ready for every road game.
Yeah. Oh, they already I think they took the rocking chair out for Udonis Haslem like 3 years ago. Like, here, buddy, take this. You can get a player's salary for another few years. We just like having you here.
One more time, man. They already came to Sacramento, so we can't give them a rocking chair here. Yeah.
Man, this Josh story does keep getting worse, doesn't it? We'll talk about that. I've seen a lot. We've all seen a lot over the last couple of days, and we've seen some interesting reactions that I'm not going to criticize any of them. I just think I have different feelings than other people do regarding Jalen Rose's reaction. I thought Shannon Sharp's reaction this morning was interesting. We'll get to all of that stuff as the day goes along. De'Aaron's streak of 30-plus point games came to an end on Saturday. Continued on Friday, but came to an end on Saturday. We'll dive a little bit deeper into the weekend. We'll talk about De'Aaron Fox. He's listed as questionable for tonight's game. James Ham's already reported he's been out on the practice facility. We'll keep you updated on that. We're just getting started. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh,
man, we didn't even get to hang out and talk with Jesse this morning. We were so busy.
Yeah. Oh, mute me real quick. Us real quick.
Love it. Shout out Miss P.
Shout out Miss P.
Worldwide P.
Yeah, man, she was everywhere. You ain't never there. Big ups to her. And so I saw DP on Friday at the game, fitted, had a nice little hoodie, some blue jeans, had some Carmine sixes. I said, okay, I see you, DP. Ain't playing with him. And I was like, yo, man, what you doing here? And I was like, I thought you guys would be gone. He's like, nah, man, you know, they tried to send us out today, but I was like, yeah, we don't play till Monday. Y'all used to playing on Saturday. We don't play till Monday. So I think they left Saturday, maybe even Sunday. And they're getting ready for their game today.
I think we gotta invite Coach out on the 17th.
So I told him. I said, I expect you to be playing. But if you're not, you got to come forward with us, man. He said, absolutely.
You know what else the 17th is? It's the dope one's birthday.
Oh man, I don't know if we leaving that spot.
Yeah, that's what I told him. That's what I told him.
All night long, baby. All night long.
Young Sab, not a question you ever have to ask because the answer is almost always yes.
Yeah,
I leave it halftime.
We won.
Yeah,
we won.
That's the way it's supposed to be.
We're
gonna be around and we lose by one. And I know I reversed it, but
you know, I really am worried about what we're gonna do when we get to the finals. Like, cause I want you there, bro.
But we already switched it. But we already flipped it.
It's good now.
Like the last time I was there for the whole game, we won.
It's good now. Okay.
No, I think we good.
Okay.
But I'm still gonna leave early, especially if I don't have anyone home with Sprout. I'm still gonna leave early.
Game 6.
Well, no, not for that.
Not
for that. Not for that. Not for that one. Not for that one.
I-5 gonna be so empty, bro.
Yeah, it will be. It will be. I was actually trying to get back on Saturday. Did you go back? I was trying to get back, and
I was coaching till like 5 o'clock.
I couldn't find them.
I saw Drapes on Saturday at Harwood Palace.
Okay.
You
was out
might
by
have been
me.
playing. Yeah.
Why didn't you tell me?
Yeah, I was late. It was hustle and bustle. Actually, nephew actually did a little work.
Well, I would have loved to see
I know
it.
that's me. That's me. I saw Drapes came up. So I had to say, what's up, man? I was like, Drapes, 5 o'clock. Are you working? He said, yeah, I'm on the call. I was like, oh, you going?
Drapes, you know how far that drive is, right? Like, what you doing?
Well, shout out to Drapes, man. Came by and said, what's up to the kid. I think his son might have been playing. I gotta see next time.
It's true. I probably would have. I wouldn't have seen it.
Would you do you want to do this here or on the show? Did you see Netflix on Saturday?
I did. We could do it on the show.
Okay.
Yeah, we could do it on the show. I saw it. I got another one for the show too. Oh, I got another one for the show too. Yes, indeed. Shout out to Jason Jones and our man Chris. They were at AEW last night.
Man.
Both of them were there.
I heard it was popping, man. I heard it was a good look.
They had some. I do not like that Dean Ambrose stuff with the weapon. I just don't love that. But that match with MJF and Bryan Danielson was special. That was really good. Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm saying it would be yeah. Like, that'd be crazy.
Wait, he'd be here?
That'd be crazy.
Oh.
Yo, that'd be crazy.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt.
That'd be crazy.
No doubt. Boy, yeah. Okay. All right. Wait, I'm just waiting for the producer.
I know.
Just waiting for the producer to give us the green
That's
light.
all we're doing. That's all we're doing. Ain't got to rush nothing. Ain't got to rush
Got a
nothing.
big week ahead. We were laughing about something. We'll get to the Kings here in just a minute. I know you mentioned Netflix, and we'll get to the big night on Netflix on Saturday. You know what else popped up this weekend on HBO Max? LeBron's house party.
Oh, did you watch?
I did.
So let me just say, after seeing when I saw the idea of it, I'm like, this is going to be stupid. Then I saw the trailer. I was like, I'm not going to rush to see it, but it makes a little more sense than I originally thought. And then you watched it. So
I did. It's terrible. Like awful. Like no redeeming qualities. Terrible. It's awful. And I cannot stress this enough.
You finished it? You watched it all?
Boy, when you talk about this close to walking away, yes, I finished it all. It is awful. LeBron makes the cameo at the end, of course, and it's like he's cussing every other word, which is going to be a theme in some things. It's like, LeBron, like, what are you doing? Like, why? Like, is that really how you talk? Like, this is silly. There's a couple of nods to the original.
Okay.
Kid and Play make like a 30, maybe not even a 30-second appearance, maybe like a 10-second appearance.
In the movie.
There's a dance scene.
What are they doing, the gritty?
Well, one of the girls is dark skin, one of the girls is light skin. They're both wearing loud colors. Like there's nods to the original movie.
I give them credit for trying.
It's just bad. It's not even like, oh, it's cute. Like, no, it's just bad.
Does the concept make a little more sense, or is it still like far-fetched and stupid?
No, the concept makes it a little more like the idea is they're throwing a house party at LeBron's house, but they were able to get into LeBron's contacts because of that hologram that they show in the commercial.
Yeah.
And that's how they get through the Face ID. So they they text all of his contacts saying he's throwing secret party number 2, and they're telling everybody secret party number 2. So they felt like they missed secret party number 1 and they had to be there. So like the idea,
that's pretty smart.
The idea is like, all right, like
clever.
That's okay. Like I get it. I get how you pulled all this up, but it's just not
bad.
Good,
it's just
man.
a bad movie.
It's just not good.
It's just a bad movie.
It's not good. Like and they were trying to just make it like lowbrow, haha. It's really not funny.
Okay.
But hey, watch it. It's there. I mean, if you got HBO Max, you're already paying for it. Watch it.
Yeah, I'll check it out. I will check it out. I don't know when, because basketball about to go crazy over the next 3-4 weeks.
You could put it on, not pay a lick of attention to it, come back to it in an hour, say that you watched it, and not miss anything.
I think I'll put it on whenever the Kings lose a game.
There you go.
Because that's what happened on Saturday.
Well, hopefully that won't be anytime.
That's what happened on Saturday. I said I'm not watching sports for 2 hours, so let me see what's on Netflix.
I thought Saturday's loss was a little bit more easier to digest after Friday's win.
Oh, for sure.
It was like,
for sure.
I kind of walked away from Saturday, but part of it was like, man, like I feel like they kind of had it. Like they had it.
Yeah.
But it was also, you can't win them all.
Can't win them all.
Regroup on Monday and
keep
make
some
moving.
5-1 in the first 6 after the All-Star break, when people were like, it's just gonna get crazy. Now look, we joke about that.
Only one team better than they are right now.
Well,
and that's
the KC Classic is happening, y'all.
Yeah, that's the team.
KC Classic is happening
because the Bucks lost, and the Kings lost, and the Knicks. Those were the 3 hottest teams in the league, and the Knicks ain't lost.
You guys ain't got to worry about my allegiances. It's definitely with the Kings, but I'm gonna be flying back and forth. We're gonna be at the Garden.
I'll be watching closely.
We're gonna be at the Garden. Absolutely.
I'll be watching closely how
but
you react.
I say all that to say there's a little part of me, that was like it all balances out. It all balances out. Because even though they like blew the lead on Friday, Kings kind of stole one on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
The Russ turnover, I mean, that don't happen, right? They're probably anything could have happened. They could have hit a game time 3 and sent it in
off his
overtime.
hands.
Yeah. But I mean, they were up 1.
Mm-hmm.
They were in a situation where the Kings were going to have to foul, and the Kings luckily got a gift right there. With Russ losing the ball, then they missed the shot, and they never really make this call, but it was the right call, but they never make the whole push in the back on the rebounder type call.
Yeah.
The Kings, I don't want to say they got a gift because that's not what it was, but they were fortunate. So you fast forward to Saturday in a game that the Kings, usually would win or whatever the case may be. It didn't happen. It really doesn't matter how it played out. It went 1-1 over the weekend. There's nothing wrong with that.
No,
there's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing at all. Except, sadly, De'Aaron's streak of 30-plus point games came to an end. This after he scored 33 on Friday night, but fell just short of that 30-point marker on Saturday, scoring 25 on basically, let me double check. He was 12 of 22 on Friday. He was 10 of 22 on Saturday. 7 assists in both games. Was listed as questionable yesterday with a hamstring issue. James Ham reported today at shoot-around that De'Aaron was on the floor. Haven't gotten much since that, but De'Aaron was on the floor for a shoot-around today, which I assume the expectation is he'll play tonight.
Yeah, and I want him to be okay. I don't want it to be something that lingers for a little while, but if he's able to test it out today or was able to test it out and shoot around and do all those type of things and he feels comfortable enough playing, cool. Love to see it. But this is one of those things where you want him to make sure he's okay.
Yeah.
I'm not conceding any games saying it's okay if they lose or whatever the case may be. But if he needed a couple extra days, I wouldn't be mad at it. You played on Saturday. It's almost like the OKC thing, except you're at home, but played on Saturday. Say he wasn't playing today, that would give him extra days until Thursday to possibly be good to go. But if he's going to try and give it a go, he feels comfortable enough doing that. All right, let's get it. Come on, baby.
Yeah, and the fact that, I mean, even and I get your point, perfectly valid. You do have an extra day off here. We're at the point in the season where anything other than every other day is an extra day off here at this point, because the Kings will play tonight and then won't play again until they take the stage on national television on Thursday against the hottest team in the NBA right now.
The Knicks are still on the win streak when they
me
come
too.
through.
Me too.
Yeah, I need that.
Yeah, I want that.
I need that.
Yep, I'm with you. I don't know who they play before then. I haven't looked. Have you?
I think they play the Lakers. They might play the Warriors too. I know they play the Lakers. I think they play the Lakers on Wednesday, matter of fact.
They've won 9 in a row. The New York Knicks. They've got the Hornets tomorrow. So I'll give you the rest here leading into Thursday. They got that's it. They got the Lakers. The Clippers and the Lakers are after Sacramento.
Got you. Okay.
So it's a Saturday night game against the Clippers and a Sunday night game. I should say, it's a Saturday afternoon game against the Clippers and a Sunday night game against
That's why the Clippers are moving to Inglewood. That's nasty. Saturday at 1.
Yeah.
What is this, college football?
Yeah. Saturday at 1.
What are we doing?
So the Knicks will play Charlotte tonight. They'll play Charlotte tomorrow. And that will, it's the NBA, carts, horses, all of that stuff. They should be on a 10-game winning streak when they get to Sacramento. I love it. Come on, like Lonzo's not here. Come on, let's call it what it is.
Yeah.
They should be on a 10-game win streak when they get here. Which is going to put that much more heat on this Thursday night national TV matchup.
Kings could go in there winning 6 or 7.
Let's hope so.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah, let's hope so. They got the New Orleans Pelicans tonight. We'll dive into that one as we roll along. As a matter of fact, Will Z is going to be with us in about 20 minutes or so to preview that game by the numbers. You can head over to ESPN1320.com right now and read Will Z's preview of tonight's game against the New Orleans Pelicans. Saturday night, the Kings had 4 starters with 20-plus points. It's a wild stat to me. 4 starters with 20-plus points. You had Harrison with 20. I think he had 20 in each of the last 2 games. Domas had 24, 14, and 5. Yeah, 29 from Kevin Huerter. 11 of 15 shooting for Kevin Huerter.
Cooking.
Yeah, got something I want to bring to your attention with him, though.
Okay.
De'Aaron Fox with 25. Man, how did they lose this game? Well, Keegan Murray had 0. Keegan Murray was 0 for 2 in his 19 minutes and 58 seconds of play. I'd argue it's the first time all season that Keegan was like invisible.
Yeah.
Like, we've seen games where he hasn't shot well plenty of times, but you always know that he's out there. You can always feel his presence. I did not feel that.
No,
on Saturday. I did not feel that
not at all, man. And I think it was later in the fourth quarter when I was just sitting there. I was like, "Hey, Keegan where he at? He hadn't played." And the way the game was going, it's like he's not going to come back in either.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's really surprising after the way he had played since the All-Star break. He was like really aggressive on both sides of the ball. He was shooting the ball really well. Thought he was starting to find a different level of aggressiveness on the offensive end. And for him to be only 0 of 2 in 20 minutes in that game with no points, I mean, that is a little baffling. A little baffling. But, we've seen it with Mike Brown all year. Some guys play huge minutes. And it seems like there's certain guys, the Foxes, Sabonis. I think you could put Harrison in there. They're pretty locked in to their 30-plus minutes a night. But everybody else, he really goes off of feel, vibes, and how they're playing that night. And
do you have a problem with that? Do you not like that?
I don't have a problem with it because it works. Typically, I wouldn't go about it that way.
When you have guys who could step into that position, it works.
When guys can step into it, the players on the roster seem to be accepting of it. And it's worked. They're 11 games over 500. So I'm not going against the results. I don't like it. Like I inherently don't like to go about things that way. I want guys to know and be comfortable and get into a role and a rhythm, a routine of I'm coming in for around this type of minutes every single game. That's typically how I'd go about it. But these guys are okay with it. It's been productive. It's worked. So because of that, I'm okay with it.
I think there are certain guys that you can do that with and certain guys that you can't. Like, I think Keegan's minute fluctuation on Saturday was based off the way that he was playing and the fact that if I thought he was invisible, I'm guessing Mike Brown thought he was invisible too. And so it was like, well, I need someone's presence out there. This game is too close. You could do that with Keegan. You can't do it with De'Aaron, though.
Right.
Like, you can't do it with Domas. Like, that's not a substitution. That's a timeout and a speech. Like, hey, man, I can't see you. We're not going to win this game if I can't see you.
Yeah.
And the minutes, and perhaps the bigger story, because it really is a non-story that Keegan Murray didn't play a ton of minutes. Those games happen for rookies. They happen for players. Like and there have been some writers who have tried to stress this point, and people in commentary. I think Trista Crick talked about it one time that Keegan, like Jaden Ivey, can have a game where he plays 20 minutes and goes 0 for 2 and doesn't score. And it's like, oh, it's whatever. He gonna learn. Oh, he gonna learn. Benedict Mathurin, same thing. Paolo Banchero, seems inconceivable that would happen to Paolo Banchero, but he can have it. Keegan, he can have it, but it's going to get looked at differently because he's averaging like, I don't know that it's 30 minutes, but it's got to be close to 30 minutes a game.
Yeah.
On the season.
Yeah.
And he's a key contributor to the 3rd seed in the Western Conference.
Yeah.
So like that you generally can't you can't really look past those, or you don't look past those as much. Like, oh man, Keegan missing tonight really hurt Sacramento. Whereas you wouldn't say that for Jaden Ivey, because it's not a knock. It's just no one cares if Detroit's losing right now.
Yeah,
because of where they are.
You're really good at this. 29.7 minutes a night for Keegan Murray. Great job by you.
Yes, I am a broadcast journalist.
But no, your point well taken. I'm just equally, everything you said is 100% right, and I'm equally surprised by what happened because of the way he had been playing in the 5 games after the All-Star break. He had been playing really good, and it felt like, you know, he had turned, you know, a bit of a corner in his rookie season, and you know, he was starting to get a level of confidence and things of that nature, and you just didn't expect to see a game like this. Now, because you had a game like that, doesn't mean all those things that we saw in the first 5 games after the All-Star break aren't true. Like, he could have turned the corner. He could be more comfortable and more used to his role and everything that comes along with being a rookie in the NBA. All that could be true, and Saturday could have just been a speed bump, a blip on the radar, and he'll be back at it tonight. So I'm not saying like none of that is true. It was just a little jarring and shocking to see that based on the way he had been playing for me.
No, I got you. I think what was more surprising to me was who got the minutes. And we got our first extended look at Kessler Edwards. And I thought he was fine.
Yeah.
I thought he was working really, really hard on the defensive end. And it worked for me. I'm not saying, oh, we need more Kessler Edwards minutes, but I thought, like, in the moment, I don't feel like he squandered an opportunity or anything like that. I thought he made the most of those minutes. If he were to get more, I don't know where they would come from, which is often the issue with things like this. You know, unfortunately, they could, you know, depending on the type of game. And this is where I think Mike Brown really has I think this is where Mike Brown has a little bit of difficulty of juggling everything. And like Kessler Edwards, I think, is a great addition to any lineup defensively that Sacramento has, right? But if you're to sacrifice Terrence Davis's minutes, you're sacrificing an ability to score. You're upgrading the defense, but you're sacrificing something offensively. And that's a tough line to walk, because I'm sure Mike is thinking we'll use Saturday as an example. I'm sure Mike is thinking, we got to get stops. Well, the flip side of that is, all season we've just been getting points. We haven't really been getting stops. We'll get a key stop here and there, but we need points. That's how we win. We win by scoring. Mike might be thinking, if we could stop them once, we might win this game. That was probably true. If just one of those threes in the corner hadn't fallen, they might have been able to get this one.
Yeah, I mean, and I like you. I liked what I saw from Kessler Edwards. It's good to see him out there. Him and PJ Dozier got some minutes. PJ's minutes, I did not like, but I was just like, all right, I don't know why we're going here. And he took a couple of shots, didn't go down. It's whatever, you know, maybe we see him again tonight or whatever. But I thought Kessler did a really good job on Ant-Man and defending
he looks
on
long.
the perimeter. Yeah.
That's what stood out to me.
His shot looked really nice, comfortable, fluid. The 3 that he hit, that was good to see. So I was happy with his minutes, but like you said, the issue now becomes, if you're going with that, where do the minutes come from? Who's playing less minutes? Who's not going to have as big of a role? And it may not be as seamless as that. Like, oh, Kessler's in the rotation now. We may not see him for 3 games.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, that's the way we've seen it on a number of different occasions this year. But I liked what I saw from him, man. I thought he was effective in his minutes.
Me too. Mike Brown was frustrated again with some players' rebounding habits. Mentioned and Will Z wrote about this, who will be with us here in a couple of minutes. Will Z wrote about this on ESPN 1320.com about Kevin Huerter's shooting and the way he's playing, you know, in the last handful of games. He hasn't had a rebound in 2 games.
Mm.
And Mike is noticing that stuff. Like De'Aaron had 2, Keegan had 3, Herter had 0. Now I understand Domas gets a lot of rebounds.
Mhm.
It's not like he don't get all of them. And that caught Mike's attention again in the post game, where he's like, we can't have guys out there not getting rebounds.
Yeah, no, he's right. It's weird that he would bring that up in the post game. Like that's something that I don't know. I'm not questioning what Mike Brown does because he's pressed all the right buttons. He clearly has a pulse for this team or whatever. I just would have talked to Herter, after shoot around or something like, hey, you had no boards the other night. I need you to pick that up, man. We need our guards to go down there and rebound a little bit. Had a good game on the offensive end, but we need our guards to pick that up a little bit. I don't know if I would have pointed that out in the post game.
I got you. I don't think there's anything wrong with pointing it out, though. I think there's a difference between saying, Kevin Herter's got to do better rebounding, and then saying, Kevin Herter can't rebound for nothing. Like, I think those are 2 different things.
Absolutely.
Like, there's a difference between pointing out something in a press conference and then like pulling the bus over somebody.
Yeah.
And I didn't feel like that's what Mike did.
No, I don't think he did either. I don't want it to come off like that, but it was just
it's essentially exactly what he did with Keegan.
Yeah. And I would say, and it's hard to say this because he only played 20 minutes, but I mean, my outlook will be a little bit more towards Harrison Barnes and Keegan Murray. Like you guys had 7 rebounds between the 2 of you. Trey Lyles had 8 total. Like you can't have a guy coming off the bench getting more rebounds than the 2 of you guys combined.
Yeah.
So I need my forwards. It's Sabonis first, then I need my forwards in there. And depending on how the game is going, so I'll say this, and I haven't looked at like the numbers and the stats and things of that nature, but if there are too many long rebounds that guards are getting, then I may look at Kevin Herter's 0 rebounds and be like, look, man, that can't happen. Like the long rebounds are getting there. And when I mean guards, I mean the Minnesota Timberwolves. If they're getting offensive rebounds off of long misses and my guards have no rebounds, I need you guys to mix it up and get in there and handle business.
Yeah.
And that may be something that stuck out to Mike Brown during that game, which made Kevin Herter's no rebounds stick out a little bit more. Because if the guards are in there getting long rebounds like Conley and Edwards, they had 7, but they only had 1 offensive rebound. Rudy Gobert had 1 offensive rebound, Jaden McDaniels. So, maybe that's something that stuck out to him that made him feel like, hey, Kevin, I need you to go in there and finish on the boards, finish these defensive possessions.
Let's get our man Sam here real quick. Will Z is going to join us in just a couple of minutes to talk about tonight's game against the Pelicans. What's happening, Sam?
Hey, how you doing today?
Good, Sam. What's up, baby?
I'm agreeing with a lot of what you're saying about the offensive long rebounds, and I thought Kessler Edwards caught my eye with his long arms, his long reach. I thought he did a hell of a job, and he does deserve more time. But the question regarding Keegan Murray is why didn't Mike Brown call 4 or 5 plays in a row for Keegan Murray to try and get him going, since he only shot the ball twice? I thought it was up to the coaching to get him going and himself, but I think more the coaches. So anyway, that's my comment, and I hope to hear from you. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you,
much
Sam.
love, Sam.
Thanks, man. It's a fair question. I don't know how many plays are drawn for Keegan.
I was just about to say, I don't think he does that right now. At this point in his career.
Yeah. I understand Sam's point completely. I don't feel like that's something that he's done at all this year. I think their offense is very much in the flow, and Domas and De'Aaron really dictate a lot of what they're going to do on the offensive end. Will Z, he'll let us know how the Sacramento Kings can beat the New Orleans Pelicans tonight. He'll give us some things to watch for when he joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I got to log James in there.
Oh, get that out of here. Hey, go up. Hey, 2 on the clock. Hey.
Hey, do they still do the high school state championship at the Golden One Center?
I do. It's going to be this Saturday.
All right, I think I'm going to pull up.
I want to too. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, because I think MC can get in there, right?
They can.
They're in the semis, I think.
Okay, yeah. And they definitely can. I got to check that. I got to see if SC is still around. SC isn't here, can he?
Hang on, William. Let's move the beam. What's up, man?
What's up, guys?
How are you?
Will Z, what up, man?
I am doing good.
Excellent. Excellent.
KC, you watch any OTE basketball on Prime Video? Is that Overtime Elite? I think that's what you mean. You know what? I have not. And I went to watch it one time and I was on the wrong provider. Like I was like, oh yeah, I want to watch some of this. And I went to the Zone. That's why I couldn't find it. I was like, nah, it's not on here. And I couldn't remember where I found it at. But
I don't want to watch college basketball no more.
Oh man. Hey, I mean, they're fine. They'll be in the tournament. It's all good.
They
Tech
gotta
was
learn to
cooking.
score. They got to learn to score, man.
Them guards was cooking. Oh, homegirl, she couldn't miss. She couldn't miss. And then I like the little girl with the long ponytail.
Mm-hmm.
She could play. I never seen Tech. That's a good little team right there.
Yeah, they're good.
That's a good team. They could play.
Good. How many weeks along are we, Will?
Almost 29.
29 weeks.
Yeah, so 28 and a half. It's in the double-digit days for countdown, which is just like mind-boggling to think about.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great stuff, man.
Yeah.
Little stat baby on the way.
Just keep thinking, like, what's it going to be like? Like, just excited to meet him at this point. Like, I just want to know.
Best thing ever.
Oh, yeah.
You said him, so we know
yeah.
little Will Z Stat Boy's on the way. Okay,
He
very
is
good.
indeed.
Good stuff, man. Kirk. It's very, very possible after that loss that they wind up in stand. I wouldn't hate it for obvious reasons, but
that's also
kind of depends what the
starts at Sweet 16, right? Because they first 2 rounds are home sites.
I can't remember to answer the question that you just asked about home court advantage in the women's basketball tournament. Will Z's here with us. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're watching right now, hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, 1320 AM or 98.5 FM HD2, we appreciate you. We appreciate Will for being here with us as always. Will, before we look at tonight, let's take a quick second to look at Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
What happened? What went wrong? It was a rare high-scoring loss for the Kings.
I know it doesn't happen much. Like you said earlier, 15-2 confirmed in the 1,730-point games. It's Kenny. I know you like the stat. I tweeted it out a little early on Drew's video that he posted, but I think the Timberwolves just had an absurd shooting night for 3. On their wide open threes, they made 13 of 15, which is 86.7%. It's just a ridiculous number.
Yes.
Like, for reference, the Nets lead the league at like 56%. So, like, yes, wide open threes are going to go in at a higher percentage, but 86%? Like, it just was a night where the Timberwolves shot way above their average, and they just outscored the Kings. It's not going to happen often, but it's going to happen. This is the NBA.
Yeah, and things like that, You look at them as an anomaly, right?
Mhm.
But at the same time, I'm thinking of like a series, right? And on one end, it's like, okay, they're not going to hit 86% of their open threes for an entire series,
Right.
right? Like they may be able to do it one game and get you one game and maybe even two, whatever the case may be, but they're not going to do that an entire series. On the flip side of that, though, RIP flip side, you know the vibes. You don't want, like, if you're, I'm thinking like playoff series, you don't want a team to start feeling good about themselves, right?
Mhm.
So whereas they may not shoot 83%, but they may shoot 51%,
Mm.
and that may get you beat as well. And I'm talking about with wide open shots because
Mhm.
it's contagious. Once you have a game like you had on Saturday, if you're Minnesota, start feeling good about yourself. Like, okay, like we're hot from three. Keep giving us those open looks, and you start to feel good about your shot. So when I think about the Kings in the playoffs, obviously, like I said, not 83% um, going down is what's going to happen all the time. But you don't want a team that normally might shoot 40% feeling good to the point where they shoot 52% on wide open looks for in a 7-game series.
Exactly. And it's all about those adjustments too, where I think we saw it with the Clippers. Obviously, Kawhi being out, but there's been a lot of people kind of keying in on the corner threes lately. The first Clippers game, they just torched the Kings from the corners, which was very reminiscent of Saturday's game against the Timberwolves. It's just
Mm,
those corner three numbers. And then the Kings come back and play the Clippers again, and they only shot like 8 corner threes. I don't have the
mm.
numbers right in front of me, but there was a huge difference between the first game and the second game in that short stint of time. So it all comes into adjustments and that playoff type of atmosphere, like you were saying. But I mean, don't let anyone get comfortable to begin with, which is a good segue into the Pelicans for tonight, who are a very similar kind of build to the Timberwolves.
Mm.
So it's a great job, Wilsey, broadcast journalist, segueing us to tonight's Pelicans games, and we're talking about all of these threes and corner threes and
Mhm.
wide open threes. But what really stood out in your preview this morning, Will, was that the Kings could probably take advantage in a different way tonight.
Mm.
Mhm. Yeah, so the Pelicans are a good defensive team. They have the ninth best defense, but there's a huge disparity in how they guard the three and how they guard the two. So looking at the Pelicans, they allow opponents to shoot 33.8% on three-point attempts, which is the lowest in the league.
Mm.
Two-point attempts, completely different. Opponents shoot 57.1%, which is the highest in the league. So you see they put a huge emphasis on running people off the line, and that's where it's good for the Kings because they don't have to shoot well from three in order to win, like we've talked about. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Kings really got going inside tonight.
One of the things that sticks out with Saturday, that I continue to say and I continue to talk about, as we get closer to the playoffs and hopefully, not putting the cart before the horse,
Oh, there it is again.
with the Kings being in the playoffs, is Minnesota was playing really good defense coming into this game. They were defending really, really well coming into this game. You see what they're able to do out there with Gobert and McDaniels and Ant-Man, somebody as crafty like Conley. And the Kings not even, I don't even feel like they played like this great offensive game. Put up 134. Right? They put up 134 against a team that's playing as good of defense as anybody in the league right now. And when you talk about the Pelicans and they're I think Will, you said they're ninth rated on the defensive end. Once again, the Kings are going to have their opportunities on the offensive end to do what they want to do. It's just a matter of if they come down, they come down and execute, and if they get timely stops, which they didn't get on Saturday, enough of the timely stops at least.
Yeah, and it's so much of I think the Timberwolves kind of again comparing the two teams, the Timberwolves do with Rudy Gobert in there, they do such a good job of kind of defending that middle of the court area, the mid-range. They're really good at defending the mid-range. And the Kings, I felt like had that taken out of their flow a little bit, in that part of their offense. But I think tonight with the Pelicans, the Kings should try and get further into the restricted area where the Pelicans are giving up 71.7% shooting, again, worse in the league. So, Kenny, like you said, if the Kings can hit on kind of their percentages with anywhere around their averages compared to the Pelicans' averages, they should be able to hopefully outscore the Pelicans enough with that timely defense where with a lot of players out, the Pelicans hopefully won't be able to outscore the Kings.
You mentioned the Pelicans being a top defensive team. Is this are they a like force a lot of turnovers type defense, or what do the Kings need to watch out for on that end?
Yeah, they like to go for steals. They average 8.6 steals per game, which is the second most in the league, and they
Mm.
use those to get the kind of quick transition buckets.
You said
So
8.6?
they
8?
8.6. It's a lot.
Mm.
Yeah.
Damn.
And they're tied for third in the league with 18.5 points off of turnovers. So it'll be taking care of the ball, which again, the similarities between the Timberwolves and Pelicans. T-Wolves, similar type of aggressive style. The Pelicans don't foul as much, but the Kings only turned it over 6 times last game. So they're pretty good at taking care of the ball. There's been some games where that's been kind of their Achilles heel, but on the season, I think they're right around the middle of the pack in terms of turnovers. So just know that the Pelicans are going to try and be aggressive. They're going to try and get steals and get out and run off of those turnovers.
Another difference between the two teams is without a guy like Zion, obviously, but I'm not sure because when I see the listing, I see Valanciunas as being day-to-day, but if he's not able to go, they don't have a guy like Rudy Gobert, who was extremely effective, either creating a situation where he sucked in the defense to open those corner threes for Minnesota, or just flat out getting rebounds and finishing at the rim on Saturday night. New Orleans doesn't have necessarily that type of guy. I know Jackson Hayes is there. I like the way he plays, but they're also going to be without Larry Nance Jr. So that goes back to your point earlier, Will, of, hey, they should be able to take care of business inside. The Kings should. They should be able to take care of business inside against this Pelican team that comes in a little bit shorthanded tonight.
Yeah, and I think Alvarado being out is a big deal for them too. He's
Guy.
such an energy guy that he just always brings that like Davion type of intensity. It's just more outward energy compared to Davion. He's more like I'm just going to show up, do my job type of thing. So Alvarado being out, I think, is a key thing to look at too. Like it's just all the little stuff he makes you do, makes you work, bring the ball up to half court. It's a big loss for them.
Yeah.
And how about Kevin Huerter? You wrote extensively about how Kevin Huerter has been shooting the ball recently and what that means for the Kings.
Yeah, and it's not just his 3-point shot, but looking at from three, he was 6 of 9 last game, 3 of 4 the game before, and he just looks more confident. It looks like he's rising up off of those handoff screens from Sabonis with a little more oomph, and he's getting a little more behind his shot, which is great. But his 2-pointers, I know I talked about it last time on the season numbers, but in the last 13 games, he's shooting 75% on his 2-point attempts, which is a ridiculous number for a guard to shoot. And that's, again, not just at the rim, that's everywhere from 75%.
All right. Hey, just make more baskets tonight,
That's all
guys.
you
How
gotta
about,
do.
how about that?
Let's make a couple more baskets. That's it.
All kidding. It sounds like the sneaky biggest thing tonight. Don't turn the ball over, which that's not exactly a groundbreaking Kenny's keys to a Kings victory right there. You could throw that into every game, but they're going to force you into turnovers and they're going to make you pay for them. There's no empty calories with these turnovers. Like they're eating off of them.
Yeah. And we've seen it with Sabonis. He typically does a good job with finding the back cutters. If they can take advantage of the aggressive defense from the Pelicans, hit some back cuts, make them pay for that style that they play on the defensive end. I think the Thunder come to mind the most, and Sabonis always just nearly has a triple-double every game against the Thunder. So use that to your advantage.
Hey, before we let you go, what did you think of
Mhm.
Kessler Edwards' 15 or so minutes the other night?
I liked it. It didn't really jump off the screen in terms of kind of what he did, but I just looked up when you guys started talking about it, looked in his advanced ratings for the game, and he had an offensive rating of 169.2, defensive rating of 118.5, net rating of 50.7. All three of those were the best marks on the Kings for the game.
Mm.
So he clearly made a huge impact. And I think Mike Brown so clearly wants that type of player. Like he searched so much for that defensive wing from Maneki to KZ, Dozier, now Edwards. Like it's what makes not getting Jared Vanderbilt hurt even more. Like Mike Brown knows what he wants. Maybe Edwards will be that guy. I thought he had a pretty good 14-minute stint or so.
Yeah. Great stuff, Will, man. We appreciate you as always. We'll see you, we'll see you Thursday. National
then.
TV Will Z.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate you. Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
Take
Will
care,
Z
man.
right there. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320 as well. If you want to be a part of the conversation, we'd love for you to join 916-909-1320. I think the number one thing that will be interesting is when talking about Kessler Edwards is if he actually plays again. It wouldn't be, and you pointed this out a few minutes ago, it wouldn't be terribly unusual for him not to.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen it many, many times before where guys will have a run and then they don't.
Right.
Terrence Davis knows all about that. Chimezi Metu knows all about that.
Akpala.
Okay, well, he kind of knows about it. Like he started, and it's like, all right, it's good.
Well,
Would Keon Ellis fall into that category of those guys? Is he more of a guard? Is he like a long
guard?
wing?
I'm trying to think of like meaningful minutes that he played.
Well, no. I didn't mean. No, I'm sorry. I blended too many things together there. But when Will was talking about finding that guy, the Jared Vanderbilt, finding that guy, would Keon Ellis fall into that category?
I don't think so.
No,
not to me.
Because he's a guard.
Yeah, he's a guard, and like I think they.
But his thing is deep. Like his thing is defense, right?
3-and-D type guy. Yeah, so maybe so, but those guys that you mentioned, like I said, I would throw. I think he wanted KZ to possibly be that guy, not just the starting aspect, but remember the game at Utah when things were going bad, he threw KZ on Jordan Clarkson or whatever the case may be. So I thought he might be able to be that guy, but
obviously we're in the moment right now. Game to game, 1-0 every day, hoping the playoffs are ahead. This is a weird offseason to think about because Harrison's a free agent. Trey Lyles has played a huge role for this second unit. He's a free agent. Terrence Davis is a free agent. And you start like, oh, I'd like to, I want HB back. Don't you got to have Trey back? We love TD. We don't want TD to go. And then we're starting to get into are we just going to run it back next year? And that's like again, it's not a conversation we have to have today on March 6th. But when you start looking at the potential subtractions from this team, when you start looking at the work that this front office has to do in the offseason, it's an interesting balance of how do we improve and find those guys that we desperately want, the Jared Vanderbilt type guys that we desperately want, while not losing guys who have been really important to getting us to the 3 seed here in the Western Conference.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot of room to like change things up. Once you sign, if you sign those guys, I'm assuming you sign Harrison back, right?
You want to,
right?
Doesn't mean you do.
For sake of argument, like you sign him back, so that's going to take some money off your books that you'd have available. I think Trey, TD, those are going to be guys that you bring back. That's going to take a little money off your books. Now you're looking at possibly, Alex Lynn's money not being here, but you're getting a rookie. You're drafting a rookie, probably like 3 rookies, to be honest with you. unless you make a trade. Maybe you can move Rashawn and bring in somebody that can help you that way.
Maybe you can.
Maybe. But that's really the move.
I think Metu's a free agent too, right?
I think he is. Yeah. So you got Metu's money.
It could either look exactly the same or really, really different.
And I don't think it needs to look really, really different. I don't think it needs to look really different. I think you look to make improvements, but the biggest thing is the one place where you would change things up. The one place you really change things up is the Harrison Barnes spot. And if you're not changing that up, there's not a whole lot of change that you can make. Because everyone else is kind of locked into what they're doing. At least for next year.
The Rashawn thing is interesting because I'm not sure that you're going to be able to trade Rashawn Holmes. Sometimes we just say trade a guy like it's really easy. I don't know that you're going to be able to trade Rashawn Holmes.
It's not going to be.
It's not an outrageous contract, but at this point, it's not a good one either.
Yeah, but it's better, and you'll know what I mean by this. It's better on July 1st than it is today because it's one less year on that contract.
Sure.
It's bad. I'm not saying it's easier or it's easy, but like trying to trade him at the deadline.
Yeah.
3 years left, or 2.5 years.
Yeah.
Oh no. And then you go somewhere and you're like, all right, well, 2-year deal. I can kind of, handle that a little better.
Because, in 2 years really becomes one. We can try to get this going this year. If not, he's a more tradable asset the final year because it's his final year.
Right.
And I'm not of the belief, by the way, that Rashawn Holmes doesn't have a place in the league. I think Rashawn Holmes is a good ball player and someone can utilize him. I just feel like I don't know who that is. I don't know who can utilize him. I don't know what team that is. But I feel like it's you need a guy with a solid point guard, right? Who can find you at the rim. Like there's a lot of specific stuff that he does really, really well.
Right. But look, the other thing about that is, so say you like, what are we trading for? Like, where are you looking to improve? Because it's the same thing that I talk about right now. You sign Harrison. All right. So like, where are the minutes coming from and what are you looking for?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, because the starting 5 is set. You got them playing about 30 minutes a night, which they should be. I'm not really looking for, especially with Monk and the way he plays, I'm not looking for 2 guys off the bench playing like 25 minutes a night. So at that point, you're looking for, a guy to come in, maybe give you 15 minutes or so. And to be honest with you, like if you hit on your draft pick, that may be your rookie. That may be your rookie that can come in, do a Kessler Edwards. Kessler Edwards, a second-year player.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's not like he's some seasoned vet. Like, it may be him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So that may be your improvement right there where you're able to do it and not have to spend a whole lot of money or go look to spend a whole lot of money. You get a couple of tweaks here and there. Kessler for a whole year in your draft pick. And maybe those 2 combinations are what changed this team. Another year of Keegan another year older. Maybe those 3 things alone change what this team looks like next year.
I feel like the importance of Trey Lyles is ascending by the week. The importance of Trey Lyles being back here next year, because it feels like I think it's been dubbed the small ball 5. I think that's been really
the death
effective.
lineup.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, LeBron destroyed that death
lineup. Yeah, kind of did that. Well, what was the KD one? What did they call that?
I don't even know if they gave that one a name. They should have. That was more of a death lineup than the one they were talking about before. When you get Draymond at the 5, Iggy at the 4, there's nothing you can do with that. That's the death lineup. Put a triple-double in Game 7 on that lineup.
Warriors lost another road game.
Oh, man.
I thought it was funny when you said it at first. I really did. I thought it was funny. It's like, Kenny's being an ass. This is ridiculous. They might not win 10 road games.
That was a bad loss last night too for them.
Yeah,
I thought
wasn't
they were playing
good.
really well.
Wasn't good.
A short-handed Lakers team. Steph comes back. If I was a Dubs fan, if I was Kyle Madsen, let's get this one.
Mm-hmm.
We're playing good basketball right now. Let's get this one.
There are more sure. I agree. I agree. But that Lakers team is a lot more well-rounded than they've been in the past. They're just putting it together really quick. And I gotta wonder how much of LeBron not playing helps. And I don't mean that LeBron's greatness is unquestionable. But I also wonder for a kid like Jared Vanderbilt or Malik Beasley, these guys who have come over, that's intimidating, right? Like there's a certain, like you come over,
lights.
Yeah, you step on the floor with LeBron James. Like it's different. And not only do you step on the floor with LeBron James, you know what his expectations are and you know what their expectations are. And you're already in the 12th spot. Like you have to get better. Like you don't want to make this situation worse.
Right.
So the fact that he's not on the floor a little bit and it gives these guys an opportunity to be around him, get his vision a little bit without the pressure of him being on the floor, maybe that helps. Because they're playing. You can't deny that they're playing good.
Yeah, they're playing good basketball.
They're playing well over the stretch. And the Warriors with Steph Curry back, by the way.
Yeah,
they played well last night until they didn't.
Yeah.
And Lakers went on a late run, and man, that was a hell of a game.
It was a good game.
Yeah, that was a hell of a game.
Look, we
there's some good games on yesterday.
We joke around with it a little bit, and we have some retorts when James and everybody else used to talk about the last 25. It's gonna ramp up and all this other stuff. He ain't wrong. Like we never said he was wrong. Like he's not wrong. And you watch these games and they're balling right now.
We just didn't understand why the Kings couldn't also ramp up. Why was the entire league about to ramp up, but not Sacramento? Why were they just?
That was the only question.
Stand still.
Because he would. I don't think we ever thought he was wrong, and he's not wrong. Like you watch the NBA the last 2 weeks, everybody balling, everybody getting after it, and especially the last 2 Sundays. With the ESPN and ABC like really diving in and putting these games on here, and you see it, man. Some good basketball.
Got to stop making that crew work 2 games. That was ridiculous.
Which crew?
The Mark and Mike Breen and Jeff Van Gundy.
Saturday and Sundays?
No, they worked 2 games yesterday.
Oh, Breen and them did the Lakers.
They did
game.
the Warriors and Lakers.
I didn't watch the Lakers game earlier.
Yeah, they did the Warriors and the Lakers.
That is a lot.
And then they did the Clippers game.
Grizzlies. I was wondering why they were doing the Clippers game.
Because they was already
because I was watching the Celtics game and then they went to the Clippers and I said, is that Mike Breen on this 10 o'clock Eastern? Where's Ryan Rucco?
Might want to avert your ears there in the producer studio. That's Knicks Celtics game last night.
That was some good stuff.
Oh man,
that was some good stuff.
That was you talk about shot making at a high level.
Yeah.
Oh, that was beautiful.
That was some good stuff. I was listening to Simmons and Russillo, and they had some questions about Boston.
Yeah, team has one bad stretch finally. Oh, it's all done now, guys. Give me a break.
I wouldn't say it's all done. I wouldn't go that far, but
no, because Perk was talking on ESPN too. I'm very concerned about the Celtics. Dude, they lost a double overtime game to the Knicks.
It's levels, right? Concerned about what? Not concerned about like being in the playoffs or winning the series. We talking about they got finals aspirations.
Yeah, they'll still get there. I think they'll meet Milwaukee in the Eastern Conference Finals.
So the argument will be
the Knicks again.
The argument will be that they've lost 3 of their last 4. You just stretch a slight bit further out. They had won 3 games in a row. You go a slight bit further out than that, they've won 7 of their last 8.
Yeah, I mean they're fine.
We're really being
they're fine. I look at Boston.
Hold that thought, please.
Okay.
Can you hold that thought? We'll look around. We'll look around the league. And man, we'll talk about Ja Morant when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leaders, D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Knicks are going to beat the Cavs in the playoffs.
Isn't that 4-5? Oh well. Okay. So you're not saying you're saying they're not getting one. One is gone. Boston.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess I don't know.
Well, Boston's
Either
2
way.
right now.
That's what, but I'm saying, like, I'm thinking they could be the 1 seed, and he says it as if like that's not happening.
I mean, I'll still take the Celtics over the Knicks in the playoffs.
Philly. So you're looking at Philly in the second round. That was a big win for Philly on Saturday night.
Yeah.
Can't trust them. You can't put no money on them dudes, but they figure it out. Damn. The Air Max 97 golds are coming out tomorrow. Wow. Didn't know that. Too bad I'm broke.
Do they have issues or are they going through a bad stretch?
I mean, the stretch isn't even that long.
Exactly.
Like
they've been hot all year. Now they lost a couple games. See what happens next.
I mean, even when you go last 10, they've won 6 of their last 10. Like, I guess, like Kenny said, there's levels to this. Like, they lost a high caliber game yesterday. That's all that was.
Now the fear with them is if they do somehow find themselves playing against the Knicks. The Knicks are 3-1 against them this year, including 2 wins in the last week or so. Seems like a tough matchup. Knicks are playing really good basketball, though. Knicks could beat anybody right now.
We'll find out Thursday, sucker.
They ain't winning on Thursday. Let me just say it right now. Not winning on Thursday. Kings got that.
Just trying to go 1-0 every day. Get the win tonight.
I know. I need that win tonight, though.
Get the win tonight.
I do need that win tonight.
I hate people who sell ads. Like, you go to a website, you look at a few things, and then the ads just pop up everywhere and like taunt you. Like, if you don't buy anything, like it just taunts you. Like, oh, get 30% off this outfit you were looking at. Like, screw you guys, man. See what do we got here. Clippers did the Lord's work last night, though.
They did it by the skin of their teeth.
Oh, they waited. They're like, yeah, we'll go ahead and go on this run right now.
That was close.
Let's go on this run right now. What was it, like 24-2?
Yeah, something like that. No,
it was
it was a 18-0 run.
17. I think it was a 17-0 run in a 24-2 stretch over like a 7-minute period or so, 7 and some change.
Well, if I was a Clippers fan, I'd say this. The Grizzlies scored 51 points in the third quarter. So one freak situation deserves another one. In the words of Bam Bam Bigelow, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
Bam Bam. WrestleMania 11 main eventer.
The one that everybody thinks is trash, and I enjoyed. To be fair, though, I only enjoyed the last
Shawn
2
Michaels
matches
and
in
Diesel.
Salt and Pepper.
Yeah.
It's not like I enjoyed the whole
Which I don't think airs on the network.
Salt and Pepper don't air on the network?
I don't think so. I don't think they have the rights to it.
Bam, Bam, you about to get slammed.
I think Bam Bam chased them, too, when he came out.
He did. Yeah. And Salt acted like he's about to hit him.
Oh, man.
Because LT is a mighty good man.
Tatanka reference coming in the next hour. Tatanka.
Bigelow, what you gonna do when LT comes for you?
Are those really the words? Why do you have that committed to memory?
I used to watch that a lot. I used to watch that WrestleMania 11 a lot. I told you it was one of my favorites.
That Diesel Shawn match was really good.
Yeah, that was
really good.
Yeah, that was my one.
That's really good. Yeah, couldn't agree more, Chester. watching a slate of games all day yesterday is much more enjoyable when the Kings are winning. Much more. There's no like, man, I wish we were this good.
I wish we were here.
Yeah. We getting an ABC game next year.
Oh, hell yeah. You know, I was thinking about that last night. I was like, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
we might mess around and get a Christmas game.
Oh, they're definitely getting a Christmas game next year.
Stop playing.
I'm
with us.
positive they're getting a Christmas game next year. Got to. Put fucking Denver on again.
Ugh.
I'm just sit around and watch the Denver Nuggets play.
Ain't nobody looking for that. Damien.
Yep. Oh,
You know,
what is it, Mitch?
you know what we didn't hear yet that we teased just a little bit. I didn't hear your thoughts about Saturday night.
Netflix?
Yeah.
So Chris Rock did a special on Netflix, and I mean I guess it was live. That was the big thing. It was like a live special on Netflix. Now, like that's cool. You know, I watched it when the Kings game was over.
Yeah,
so like
definitely didn't watch it live.
It still works like the same way. It's not like if you didn't see it, you missed it. Like
Yeah.
it's still there, just like everything else. Like I like the idea of a live event rolling out. Like that's cool.
They had like a post game show.
They
too.
did. They had
that
a
was
pre.
only for live.
Yeah, they had pre and post as well. I didn't think it was very good. I think Chris Rock is leaning. I think comedians have a crutch when they aren't confident in their abilities anymore.
Mhm.
Like I used to think Chris Rock was, if not the one of the greatest comedians of our time, and he absolutely still is.
Mhm.
You go back and watch Bring the Pain. If you told me, hey, we have to edit Bring the Pain to air on ESPN 1320, I think you could do it. And it would be just as funny. Like I think you can edit what the some of the language that he uses, which he used. Like Chris Rock always used like colorful language as like salt and pepper. On this new Netflix joint, it was like the steak and the potatoes. Like I feel like he was talking in a way he didn't used to talk, and it took away from the humor to me. I get everybody was anxious to hear about the Will Smith stuff. I personally thought the Will Smith stuff was dumb because he was leaning on stuff that didn't have anything to do with anything. He was talking about in earmuffs. He just kept repeating like everyone called you a bitch after that red table talk. And it was Charlemagne the God called you this. The drink champs called you this. Everybody on earth called you this, but you picked on me. And all I could think was like, wait a minute. This didn't have nothing to do with that or you. Like he went at you because of something you said about his wife. And I also don't think like, oh, it was just a joke about his wife. He made it clear in that special he has an issue with Jada Pinkett Smith. To me, that was very, very clear.
Down to the location.
Yeah, it was very, very
I don't
clear.
think that was a coincidence either.
I don't think it was either. But that was very clear to me. And it's like, yo, this like clearly there's something here, maybe between the two of you, maybe between the three of you. I don't think that moment at the Oscars was the first time this had been confronted between those three. And to me, it brings a whole new context into keep my wife's name out your effing mouth. Because I'm going to guess, I have no idea, that's not the first time he said that to him. That was my biggest takeaway was he has a grudge against Jada Pinkett Smith.
See, I looked at that a little bit different, where he preferenced it with saying that Will Smith has selective outrage, and we're all just guessing.
Which was the name of his special.
We're all just guessing here, but everybody was under the assumption that what happened at the Oscars, there was more behind that than just that joke. Everything that Will had gone through, everything they had gone through. it had something to do with that.
Can I mention this real quick because it does feel important?
Yes.
The Raiders have franchised Josh Jacobs. We wondered what would happen at that position, and now we know. Franchise tags are due, I believe, by tomorrow. The Raiders have officially franchised Josh Jacobs.
Actually seems like a good move for them to do that.
It does. I don't imagine Josh Jacobs is going to be very happy with it, but it absolutely feels like the move the Raiders had to make. Now, you can franchise somebody and work out a deal. Like, this doesn't mean you can't work out a deal. But for those that are new, Josh Jacobs is a running back. That deal's probably not coming. Like, if I'm Josh Jacobs, go on, take this guaranteed money, buddy, because you going to get that, and you're going to have a whole lot of control next season.
Yep.
Sorry, I thought that was timely.
It is.
We'll get back to what's going on with former Raiders later.
And the moral of the story, though, I thought I agree with you with the whole comedy special. It was mid, it was whatever. There was some funny moments, and sometimes I chuckled, and there was a couple times I was like, "Oh, Chris kind of losing his fastball a little bit."
Yeah.
I
didn't think,
but
sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, but he delivered with the final 7 minutes, and I thought he said what he felt. And I don't have no problem with that, because what happened to him was pretty embarrassing.
Sure.
And I think whether he was saving it for this Netflix special and like trying to monetize off of it, or he was trying to profit, or trying to figure out his thoughts and work through everything, he's kept it in for a year, and he got it off on Saturday or whenever it was recorded, but he got it off. And I didn't have any problem with it, man. I thought it was fair game.
No, it's 100% fair game. I just think it brought to light more, like, if you're gonna hit a comedian, you better be prepared. Like, Chris Rock could eat off this for a long, long time, and you've got to be prepared for that. I just walked away like, okay, all right, like, are you going to eat off this for the next 10 years? Did you get it all off your chest? Like, I thought the lead into it was all very good. Like, that is not a Jay-Z diss. I don't need another rapper mad at me. Like, he made references all throughout the special to where you knew what the conclusion was going to be.
I didn't think he was going to go there. I just thought
really
he was going to kept saying that and alluding to it. I didn't think he was going to go there.
It would be like WWE teasing The Rock versus Roman and not delivering at WrestleMania if he hadn't hit the Will Smith line, because he teased it all throughout the show and then finally got to it. You all know what happened to me. Everybody knows what happened to me.
And I thought the way he talked about it was like, I thought he was just going to make jokes about it. Maybe I just didn't see it coming. Maybe I was, a whole mark for the whole thing. But he spoke real. Like, it wasn't just about jokes. Like, he spoke how he felt.
Yeah.
And if it was funny, it was funny. If it wasn't, it wasn't. But this is how I felt about it. And I thought that might have saved the whole thing and took that thing to another level.
Two things. One statement, one question. Statement. I didn't think now I watch Emancipation to watch him get whooped. I didn't think that was funny. And I'm genuinely curious who laughs at that. Like, have you seen Emancipation? Like, I mean, you don't have to. You know what it's about.
Yeah.
And it's like, who did you write that joke for? That's what I kept thinking was, who did you write that joke for? And who in Atlanta, I think it was?
They were in Baltimore.
Baltimore. Who in Baltimore laughed at that? It got a response. Okay.
But see, that's where I feel the realness of what he said. If people laugh, people laugh. This wasn't a joke. This is how I felt. Maybe you say you shouldn't say that. Maybe that's another thing. But I thought that final 7 minutes or whatever, there almost wasn't no jokes. If what I said is funny to you, then laugh. If it's not, then don't laugh. But I'm telling you how I feel. This ain't no joke. This is how I felt about it. And I thought that was part of that.
Okay.
I didn't think he tried to
Did
tell
you-
a whole lot of jokes at the end of that thing.
He did, in my opinion. He did, and you can tell by the way he delivers them. He delivers lines with full-on facial. Like, there's a lot. I agree with you. He was storytelling more than joke telling. The emancipation line was a joke.
Well,
it was designed as a punchline.
It was, but it was how he felt. Just like he said, I didn't do nothing.
That's fine.
To this.
That's how you felt. I think the line was.
I didn't do
trash.
nothing to this.
And that line
girl.
was catered to a specific group of people. And I think he got the response he did. Because I don't think black people in Baltimore laughed at that line. That line's not funny. It's not. And it's not selective outrage. I'm not outraged by it. I just like, okay, Chris is who a lot of people think that he is at this point in his career, which leads me to my next question. That was a statement. This is a question. We'll get back to we'll get into some football stuff. We want to get around the NBA as well. Did he target black women too much in that special for you?
I never
Beyonce,
thought about that.
Meghan Markle, Jada Pinkett Smith, all were targets of Chris Rock in that. Though he said it with Beyonce, he didn't insult Beyonce in any stretch of the imagination. I actually thought what he said about Meghan Markle was correct too, but it was just the Meghan Markle line was, "You're up here crying on TV like you didn't know the royal family was racist." The Beyonce line is Beyonce. He just went on about how beautiful people have advantages. Like if Beyonce worked at Burger King, she could marry Jay-Z. Now, if Jay-Z worked at Burger King, he couldn't marry Beyonce. That was actually the joke that segued to the Will Smith stuff. And then Jada obviously was the focal point of the final stretch of the show.
The Meghan Markle one was a joke. I didn't think he targeted Beyonce in a negative light.
I didn't.
And I think him and Jada are personal. So it wasn't like black women. It was like, I got a problem with this person.
There was a lot of talk about Chris regularly targeting black women. All of the think pieces were about Chris targeting black women. I thought I was like, he's not insulting Beyonce. You can feel how you want to about the Meghan Markle stuff, but he was right.
Targeted the Kardashians.
He mentioned the Kardashians for
what
sure.
God told Robert Kardashian. That I did laugh at
Now, that line was funny. The Robert Kardashian line was funny. The sins of OJ past. It's amazing how it probably his two most noteworthy specials. He worked OJ Simpson jokes into them.
I don't know how he did it in 2023.
Oh, he managed to do it. He brought the Kardashians full circle.
Hey, man, I won't mention this guy's name. I'll give him his initials. OJS.
I won't mention this guy's name.
Not so funny was the situation that Ja Morant found himself in over the weekend. And it started with after the Washington Post report, after that interesting celebration that you noted, after guns have become a conversation when discussing Ja Morant and his tightest circle, he decided he was going to go on Instagram Live. And I guess they were at a club. And
I thought somebody said a strip club. I couldn't really tell.
Well, given what was going on in the background, that adds up. that definitely adds up. And for whatever reason, I guess when you go into the champagne room of the strip club, you got to bring a piece with you. And for whatever reason, when you're worth about $200 million and some change, you decided to show IG Live your piece. And it didn't take long for the Memphis Grizzlies to respond. We knew there would be some type of response. I didn't know what the NBA could actually do in this situation because I was reminded the NBA Players Association actually has a spine. Unlike other players association in major sports, the NBA Players Association, they have a spine and they'll fight. They may not agree with what Ja Morant did, but that's not their job. Their job is to make sure the letter of the law is followed when it comes to punishing players. Ja was sent home by the Memphis Grizzlies. It was originally stated it would be and I say sent home, and that's important because a lot of aggregated sites were saying that Ja was suspended. Ja was not suspended.
I think that's the term that Shams used initially too.
Ja was not suspended. There's nothing that says Ja Morant is suspended. There's again, the reason for that is the NBA Players Association. When you talk about suspensions, you're talking about a loss of income. When you're talking about suspensions, you're talking about you better have clear grounds for this happening. As tasteless as what Ja did, as stupid as what Ja did, you're going to have to find where that's a suspendable offense. And that's a lot more difficult to do. So sending Ja away is what the Memphis Grizzlies ultimately did. And Taylor Jenkins said last night, well, there's actually no timetable on this. Yeah. The report was for at least the next 2 games, starting last night against the Clippers, and then going into their next game. But Taylor Jenkins said following last night's game, there's no timetable for this.
I couldn't believe what I saw on Saturday morning. I could not believe.
Really?
Yeah. I couldn't believe he did that.
It checked out for me because I didn't see the celebration that you told me about until after you told me about it, until after the show with the he essentially did what Gilbert Arenas did, right? Something along those lines after the Gilbert Arenas investigation of however many years ago. And I believed it. I was like, he's hit that stage where he's off on something right now.
Well, I'll tell you what he's off on. He's off on arrogance. And I saw a lot of people, talking about Ja and, he's a 23-year-old kid and all this other stuff. And all that could be very well true. And full disclosure, I'm not here in this position and having this platform to bash these young athletes and these young brothers and tell them, how stupid they are and all this other stuff. I don't want to do that. I'm not interested in doing that or whatever. Like, if it happens, it happens, but that's not what I got into this to do. So I'm not going to get up here and call Ja stupid or anything else like that. But I do feel, and I've always felt this about Ja Morant, there's a level of arrogance to just the way he moves. And what happened on Saturday morning was a move of arrogance. All the stuff that had led up to that, there was a lot of arrogance in that. But Saturday morning, after the week that you had, you sitting up here and you're going to get on IG Live and flash the piece, really for no apparent reason, other than this is what it sounded like to me or looked like to me, other than all this other stuff going on. I still got it on me. What you going to do? What anybody going to do about it? They ain't going to do nothing. I'm untouchable. I'm Ja Morant. And like I said last week, even though I'm not like the biggest Ja fan or whatever, I definitely don't want to see him go down any kind of road where his career could be in jeopardy. His career could be deterred in any type of way. And that's before we talk about anything harmful happening to him as a man. You know what I mean? So I was really shocked and surprised that he did that. Even with me thinking like he's a dude that's pretty arrogant, I was shocked and surprised that he willingly did that. That in the early morning of Saturday, and put that on. It's like the thing with the gun celebration on the game on Wednesday. That's kind of one thing. Like, you're in your element as a basketball player. You're doing a celebration. You should know at this point there's like 90 cameras, and there's probably one Ja camera.
But it's
so
a
somebody can be looking at you.
reinforcement that he doesn't care what we're saying.
No, you're right. I'm not just. It's inexcusable. It's another level of arrogance. I get all that, but you can. If I'm playing devil's advocate, you didn't know. They get that on camera. Devil's advocate. You willingly got on your Instagram and said, "Look what I have." That's next level to me. That is no. And then he comes out afterwards with the statement, and I'm tired of statements, but I take full responsibility. What else are you supposed to do? You're on your Instagram flashing the piece. How can you put that off on anybody else? You're not getting credit. And I saw people, it was big of him to take full responsibility. What is he supposed to do? He's the one holding the gun on his Instagram. What do you mean? We can give him credit for taking responsibility? Of what? He did it. So, yeah, I just hope better for Ja. I really do. Like I said, he's not like my personal favorite. I'm not like this huge fan of Ja or nothing like that, but that's besides the point for me. I want to see him fulfill, everything that's in front of him, man, and every opportunity that he has in front of him. And I don't want to see him individually jeopardize that in any way, man. And I for those reasons,
He already
I really
has.
Well, you're right.
He's already jeopardized it in a number of different ways, because we're rightfully so focused on the gun, and there's a variety of reasons we're focused on that. But you can look over his shoulder too and recognize he's at a strip club and he's on IG Live filming this. And again, this is Nike's newest prized athlete, right? This is their new biggest spokesperson. And I don't know how you don't look at all of this and go, gun, strip club, IGs. We can't make a Be Like Ja commercial with a dude like that.
Yeah.
And we can make all the Jordan jokes we want to. Good thing cameras weren't around back then. Damn right. They weren't, though. They weren't around. So all of that stuff wasn't on TV. Mike never willingly went to IG Live at a casino and said, watch me throw 50 thou on this Black 21 or whatever. Judgment's in serious question here. And the thing that because I feel like we felt the same. Like I just don't want this brother to do something he can't walk back. And that's what I spent a lot of time talking to people about this weekend. Was it's not just us that sees that. It's not just media that sees that. It's people who do live that life who see that, who encounter him at a club in New Orleans. Oh, you that dude, huh? Okay. It's different. And I'm like, it kind of got to the point where it's like, why am I going to care more about Ja than Ja cares about Ja? If Ja ain't worried about his $200 million, if he ain't worried about his life, if he ain't worried about Nike, if he ain't worried about the Memphis Grizzlies, why the hell am I? And that's like, I didn't feel that way at first. Felt the exact way that you did. But it's like this, you're right. It was arrogant. It was one big middle finger to the Washington Post, to the NBA, and apparently to the authorities in Colorado, who are looking into this like, oh, yeah, that's against the law. We're going to need to talk. I don't for 2 seconds believe that that's Ja Morant's gun. I do believe Ja Morant is smart enough to have a person with him who has a license to carry. I would really hope he's at least smart enough to check that box, because ever since Paul Pierce, in the situation that Paul Pierce went through, virtually every NBA guy has one of those. Someone in the crew is trained and licensed. And if it's not someone in the crew, it's someone that they pay to be trained and licensed and roll with them every time they step out. I got to believe that's the case with Ja Morant as well. But all you can go off is a video in which Ja is holding a gun. I don't for 2 seconds believe that that's Ja's gun.
Hey, and look, but here's the thing. It might not matter. When you put yourself in those situations, there are people, let's have some real talk right now. There are people waiting, waiting for you.
Yeah.
There may be people on that Denver police department who are we about to get them. We about to get them. Ja, it may not be Ja's gun, but they got video with you holding it up like yours, and we're gonna find a way. We're gonna find a way. And you invite that type of situation to you when you do things like that. And when you do stuff like that, I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't want to hear, oh, they out here trying to get me. Man, you making it easy. You making it easy.
Man, you dropped a pin.
Yeah,
like
right.
All we had to do was go follow directions.
Yeah.
What you mean?
Oh, my ops is out here trying to. Nah, bro. Like, you're your own op right now. You're your own op. Like we both agree, man. It's a level of arrogance that's in him. It's who he is. Maybe he can grow out of it. Maybe he can grow up a little bit. But I've always seen Ja as an arrogant individual. That doesn't make him a bad person. But your arrogance and your ego can get you in situations like this from time to time. So, yeah, I don't know what's up with dude. You're going to take some time away. I don't think he's going to do nothing. I just don't think that's the type of individual he is. What are you going to do in 4 days, 5 days? So
there have to be real.
You better hope. Like we warned him a couple weeks ago. Other people did too. But now they're getting them boys involved.
Yeah.
Let's just hope it stays at taking time away, because now it could get real serious. And we warned you, it could get out of your hands in a second. People will have to make decisions that they don't want to make, but if it's going to be this league or you, it's always going to be this league. I'm always going to protect this league if I'm Adam Silver or anybody else.
We'll talk about the game Ja missed last night against the Los Angeles Clippers, and of course what that means for Sacramento.
You mentioned, I wanted to ask, because you had sparked my interest. You mentioned something about what Jalen Rose said and how that kind of how you thought about that a little bit when you said that.
We'll touch on that when we return here on ESPN 1320.
I didn't even realize it was that time. My bad. That's why I brought it.
I was debating on whether we keep going or we probably should have kept going. That's me.
I wouldn't even have said that like that. I didn't realize it was that time.
Andrew asked, where's Andrew? Why are you so sure it's not Jaws? I just don't believe he's that stupid. I know he's stupid. I don't believe he's that stupid, because it being his gun, unless he's the one registered to carry. If he's got the license to conceal, then there's probably a few other things we got to worry about with Ja if that's the case. But I know that thing with Paul Pierce changed a lot of people's thinking. Steven, it's big facts. It's big facts. We talked about that last week too.
I just don't even know what his end game is.
I noticed that too. I was trying not to point that out when Kenny was talking, because I was like, no, why was Ja holding the gun like that? Like, what are you doing?
I don't know. I don't know what he's doing or what he's trying to prove. Like, I don't understand it.
It's just he doesn't care. I mean, you got all these people telling him, like, oh, like, you want to try to do better after the articles that come out. And the next day, he's flashing his gun on IG. That's a slap in the face to everyone who wanted him to be better.
Yeah.
He don't care.
He don't. He don't.
It's too bad, man.
It's
too bad.
I hope he's not on drugs. I think his drug is his ego and his arrogance, but I hope not.
This clip is too long to play. It's like 3 minutes.
Jalen?
Yeah. That was a hell of a word to use right there. I want to get to the game last night. You asked about the Jalen Rose thing. I don't have as much of an issue. I don't have an issue at all with Jalen Rose and what he said. I have a bit of an issue. I think my issue is more with ESPN and the way that they do this stuff, right? Because I think and this is not the fault of Jalen or anyone else, had the makeup of the table been a little bit different, I think that could have been an incredibly intriguing discussion. But it was Stephen A., who I think saves stuff like this for his podcast, and then it was Greeny and it was Woj,
Mhm.
right? Greeny and Woj can't add anything to that conversation for a variety of different reasons, but they can't. Jalen's single message to Ja, I thought was interesting, and I thought it was fine. I if you want it to be profound, if you want the things that Shannon Sharp said this morning to just be this overwhelmingly just profound thing, like that's okay too. I don't believe it's the first time Ja's heard that stuff.
Mhm.
We mentioned Jim Tanner, Ja's attorney / agent, last week.
Mhm.
That dude has worked with like Grant Hill, and specifically, if you recall, Grant Hill's dad,
Mhm.
Mr. Hill, worked with the Dallas Cowboys. You know what Mr. Hill's job at the Dallas Cowboys were? To keep the Dallas Cowboys in line.
Mhm.
Now, this was after Michael Irvin went around stabbing players in the neck to get a haircut.
Jeez.
It was after that era of Dallas where it was like, hey, we've got to get this in order. This is a disaster for my brand, for my franchise, for all of this stuff. And they brought in Grant Hill's dad to do that. Jim Tanner has direct ties to all of those people. He has direct ties, worked with, been a lawyer for some of the, the biggest names in professional sports. Guys like Tim Duncan, straight and narrow type guys like Tim Duncan.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe this last week and some change is new to Jim Tanner as it pertains to Ja Morant. I also don't believe that message that Jalen gave him on national television is the first time he's heard that message. Maybe he hasn't heard it from Jalen, but Ja's heard it from somebody. But he's heard it from somebody privately. Maybe it resonates differently when you hear it publicly. Maybe it resonates differently when it's being shared, millions of times, viewed millions of times on various social media platforms. Maybe that resonates a little bit different than sitting across from somebody and having a conversation with him. Ja is a young dude. Like, I don't know what resonates for that dude.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think like people wanted that to be the moment that everything changed for Ja. I don't think Ja is going to listen to Jalen Rose. I don't think Ja has listened to anybody who has tried to speak to him.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I got hung up on. This is the message. This is the messenger. You don't think you don't think his dad, as much as I think his dad is feeding into some of this stuff, you don't think he recognizes this? You don't think Jim Tanner recognizes this? You don't think Taylor Jenkins? Somebody hasn't said something to him before Jalen Rose goes on national television or Shannon Sharp goes on national television. I have to believe that they have. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But if they haven't, that's an entirely different set of failures that need to be addressed internally with that group. I appreciate Jalen and I appreciated Jalen's words. I think I was more agitated at the response by it. I think people wanted that to be like this I have a dream moment. And it's like, man, that dude was talking into air because I don't think that resonated.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's the first time Ja's heard anything like that. Ja probably got a speech when that contract was put in front of him. I know, because I know how the company operates. I know Ja got a speech when that Nike contract was put in front of him. And not only the Nike contract, but the figurative, you're the guy contract that Nike put in front of him. I know they had that talk with him. But I think you've used the perfect word when it comes to Ja, and it's arrogant and arrogance. And that's the type of stuff that ends, a tragic 30 for 30.
Yeah. There was a clip that I came across on Twitter, and it was Carmelo. I think he was on with Gillian Wallow. And I don't know if this was like now, so he's speaking to Ja Morant situation or whatever. But Carmelo was talking about how I think he was a rookie or something. He had gotten in trouble himself or whatever the case may be. And he said David Stern had a meeting with him. And David Stern sat there and laid everything out. He said, this guy right here, this your friend, said him by name. I know what he does. I know what he's about. This guy right here that you hang out with, I know who he is. I know what he's about. He went down the list. He's like, I know everything about all your friends, everything. And you need to find out what you want to do. You can continue to hang around with them, and that'll probably cost you or something like that. Or you can distance yourself from them. But trust, and Carmelo's overarching point was trust, we know everything about everything.
Mm-hmm.
You think like, we on the low, like, no. We know everything about everyone that you associate with. So you're not going to hide us. I'm just putting you on notice, let you know we know everything.
Mm-hmm.
So you make the decisions you feel you need to make, but you're not hiding anything from us. And Carmelo was like, can't be mad at it. Like, I'm giving you $100 million contract. Like, yeah, I'd want to know everything about everybody as well. But you had to make certain decisions and, leave certain people alone. And you look at the situation with Ja, it's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
They know everything about everybody you're dealing with. And the question that was raised over the weekend was, and I was one talking about Ja's circle and all this other stuff. What if he's the worst one in the circle? Like, people blaming the circle all the time. But what if he the worst one in the circle? What happens then? He'd be the ringleader in more ways than one.
Yeah, I don't have an answer to that.
So,
because he would be the worst and he'd be the enabler for everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the high school high line, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if he's doing that, then we could do it.
Yeah.
We can all follow the same line. There are problems that I don't pretend to know and fully understand. You're young, you're making a lot of money, you get taken out of a city, you're going to a new city, you're traveling, you're living in the upper, percentage of society in terms of income, and you want to bring those people who helped you through your AAU tournaments and high school hoops and college and all that stuff with you. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe Ja is the worst. The way Ja was holding the gun leads me to believe he ain't the worst. It just like Ja and you say arrogant, and I can't help but look at Ja and think this whole thing is phony. Maybe there's someone in the crew who's not. Maybe the whole crew isn't. But Ja strikes me as phony. Like, this isn't real. Like, you need to turn the Tupac record off. Put on Common.
Look,
because
right.
you this wasn't you This wasn't you 2 years ago.
Right.
This wasn't you your rookie. When did this start?
Well, look, man, I like to believe that's abnormal behavior. The people who are like really about that and really do that, I don't think those are like the majority of society, right? Like, people like, I got the gun, I'm gonna tote it, and if I need to blast you, I'm gonna blast you. That's not regular people.
Yeah,
right?
No, the ones who are gonna do it aren't even gonna tell you.
Right, but even the ones who do it, like, that's not the majority of society.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, those are different people that are different people.
Mm-hmm.
And to think that Ja, like, I got a gun and I'm gonna hold it and I'm gonna use it. Ja, you're not.
You was holding it. Whatever you were just holding, you were holding it just like Ja was. Like
Ja, why? I had because the jokes come, but with jokes, there's a level of truth to it. And I had something that I posted on the Instagram. Somebody did a skit about Ja Morant, and like the way he's like, yeah, Ja, what you doing out here in the hood? He's like, oh man, I'm just looking for my ops. He's like, ops, bro, here, take this basketball. You're in the NBA. He's like, man, I ain't doing all that or whatever. So then he goes to Ja in the car. He's like, all right, this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna filter around the back, and you do this, and make sure you have the mask on. And dude goes, bro, what? We're not robbing a bank. You got $100 million. What are we doing? He's like, oh yeah, that's right. I do have 100 million. But like, it was all jokes, but it was like, why are you doing all this? Like, why?
Well, and that's the that's the psychologist part of this is, I think the reason he is doing it is because he has $100 million or $200 million. I think he feels like he's above everybody else, which has heightened. We could try to trace, Ja's level of arrogance through the years, but I think it's that is heightened this level of arrogance. It's the fact that he is a dude in the NBA. He's one of a handful of guys that you point to and go, that is a guy in the NBA. That's all heightened that level of arrogance. And I don't think it's, oh, Ja, don't do this. You got $200 million. It's, yo, I got $200 million. Colorado investigation? Okay, we'll make that go away. We'll make that go away.
I think I've heard a couple of times that sometimes money and fame doesn't change you. It just reveals your true character. It reveals who you really are. Because now you have all the resources in the world to you to be who you really want to be. And like I said, when I say Ja's arrogant, that I don't necessarily classify that as him being a bad human being or being a bad person. There's arrogant people who are fine. Like, I may not rock with them because I don't like the way they move, but that doesn't mean they're looking to harm people or looking to, be bad to people. They're just kind of really, really self-absorbed and think they're above things, right? I don't say that to say Ja's this horrible human being. I don't know him like that, but I do feel, and I've always felt from Murray State, that just the way that he moves is in a real arrogant fashion. And now he's got a little money to go along with that. And now he's using those same, in my opinion, he's using those same arrogant traits off the court in the way he moves off the court. And we'll see if he can get a hold on it. We talk about cost of money and everything. I was listening to something, and he may have already cost himself a lot of money. And I didn't even think about this. He may be up for the Supermax. Part of the Supermax is being an all-NBA player. A lot of people out there in Memphis believe that he has cost himself being selected to the all-NBA team. It's a difference of about $40-50 million. If he doesn't make all-NBA this year, it's a direct correlation to what we just seen the past week. And that would be his fault.
I don't want to make the joke, but we're going to find out like reporters are getting threatening phone calls. Hey,
9 minutes to society, boys.
Hey, who you got penciled in for that NBA third team? Shout out Clifton Powell.
Shout out Clifton.
Did you change when you got your money?
Come on, man. I ain't got no money, man. I'm still trying to rub 2 pennies together, man. Come on now.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, live on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. We're live on Facebook as well, Twitter, wherever you are. If you're on Facebook, hit the subscribe button, please. You can catch up with the show. Even if you're listening on the radio, go check us out later, ESPN1320.com. We started posting some video clips from our Corners of the Culture podcast, which is available wherever you get podcasts from. Check out J Street Vibes. There's a lot more content outside of what you get here from 12 to 4 on D-Lo and KC. So check out the various podcasts and check out our YouTube channel as well. Without Ja Morant, the Grizzlies were looking good for a big chunk of the game. I think they scored somewhere around 100 points in the third quarter against the Clippers. And boy, they were losing it. Like, there were Russell Westbrook jokes. There were Clippers jokes. There were Steve Ballmer jokes. And then about 8 minutes or so left in the game, the whole thing shifted. The Clippers went on a 17-0 run. They wound up outscoring Memphis 24-2 over like a 7 or so minute stretch leading down to the final 90 seconds. And the Clippers get their first win in the Russell Westbrook, Kawhi Leonard, Paul George era. Kind of settled the ship down a little bit. You heard Paul George postgame talking to Lisa Salters and talking about urgency. The urgency of the moment seeped in for them there in the fourth quarter. But more importantly to us, that win by the Clippers kept the Memphis Grizzlies just one game ahead of Sacramento for the 2 spot in the Western Conference.
I forgot who it was. I wish I could pull it up real quick, but somebody tweeted us yesterday little bit of a weekend who he root for situation.
Hmm.
And he talked about how you look at 3 games today, Phoenix versus Dallas, Warriors, Lakers, and Grizzlies, Clippers.
Yeah.
Best case scenario, Mavericks win, Lakers win, Clippers win. We didn't get the Mavericks win, but we got 2 out of the 3 for the Kings. And, I looked at that game with the Clippers. I was watching it. They were up like 13, during that game. And then I literally like walked away for a quick second in the third quarter. I come back, it's like 112.99. I said, how did we get here? But the Clippers, I was talking to my man last night, and I know it's looked crazy, since Russ got there and since the All-Star break.
But it hasn't. Like, that's the thing.
Well,
it
wins and
hasn't
losses, and
looked
they
crazy.
lost 5. That's all it is. I get what you're saying because all the games have been close. But I still look at this team as a conference finals team, potentially an NBA finals team.
I need to see more. Something's off, and I don't know what. I'm hung up on something. That's admittedly what it is. I'm hung up on something. I'm hung up on Kawhi and Paul George. I feel like those two have different approaches to the season. It's so funny. It reminds me of Paul George was with the Clippers in the bubble, right?
Yep.
And Paul
That's
said,
when they called him Pandemic P.
That's right. That's right.
That was not fair.
Well, didn't Paul George say, I'm pretty sure it was that pandemic one. I guess it could have been the year after, but I think it was the 2021 where he said, it's cool. It wasn't championship or bust.
It was that year. It was in the bubble.
Okay, so it's good to see he's changed his mentality a little bit, because I remember being so dumbfounded by that remark. Like, it wasn't? Well, what is y'all goal then? Because Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, in the trades you guys just executed, like we talk about the Minnesota Timberwolves all the time. Minnesota, good for them for getting the win over the weekend against Sacramento. Their goal isn't to be exactly where they were last year after the move that they've made. They have to try to ascend. They have to get into this postseason, and they have to try to ascend in the postseason. Look at that, Paul George, like, your goal, like, it wasn't championship or bust.
Well, I understood what he was saying. At least I believe I understood what he was saying.
That season was championship or bust.
But
every season they're together is championship or bust.
But what I think he meant by that is this one year wasn't, and this is what I took from it. This one year wasn't championship. Oh, we didn't get it. It's a failure. Blow this thing up. He's like, we're going to be here. Like, we're here. If we don't win a championship this year, we're going to come back and be championship contenders the next year and the next year and the next year. That's what I took from it. Not that, we were just trying to get past the first round.
Well, no, I don't think that. I don't think he felt that way either. But I got the impression he was like, oh, we get here, growth, get time together, and maybe we'll be back next year. Like, no, that's not how anyone viewed you. Kawhi Leonard and Paul George on a good Clippers team. Point being is, I appreciate that. I don't feel like he's thinking that right now. Like, he has to stick with his thing. There's a sense of urgency with Paul George.
He was balling last night.
My fear is, though, it's with Paul George.
See, I don't think, and you think Kawhi.
Well,
Kawhi is Kawhi. You see Kawhi turn it on yesterday in that fourth quarter?
I did. I saw Kawhi turn it on in the third quarter against Sacramento.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't need a reminder of what Kawhi Leonard can do. I just thought the first time we had heard Paul George talk about a sense of urgency, Kawhi Leonard was talking about, oh, we're going to stay the course. We're fine. I'm not playing tomorrow night. It's no big, like, and to me, that again, it's not a question of what Kawhi can do on the court. That, like, I don't, that's unquestionable. It's like, that felt off. That those two, and maybe it was because I heard the sound bites on the same night leading into the Kings game. Maybe that's why. But it just, this feels off.
See, and what I got from it is Kawhi is one of those dudes, you just let Kawhi do whatever. Because he's a gamer. when it's winning time, when it's absolutely winning time,
Mm-hmm.
he always going to be ready to go. Will he come through all the time? I don't know, but he's always going to be ready to go. So Kawhi could be like, no, we're going to be fine.
Okay.
I'm off tomorrow, but
yeah, we're going to be fine. I still ain't playing.
Because tomorrow in that case was not winning time. It was not winning time. You know what I mean? It was we'd like to win, but last night in the fourth quarter, when it was like, yo, we haven't won in 5 games.
Well, wasn't it Sacramento though?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It wasn't winning time.
Oh,
it was like,
man, Kenny Caraway hates Sacramento. You heard it here. Sacramento Kings games aren't winning time for Kenny Caraway.
Well, they was going to lose anyway. That's what I'm saying. He knew what it was. It's a loss. It's a loss. We're going into Golden One Center. We ain't winning that
That's
game.
a good way to save it there.
But you go into this Grizzlies game, and even during that game, Kawhi was quiet. Kawhi wasn't doing a whole lot. Paul George was cooking.
Mm-hmm.
It was up by 13. Everything. PG, you rock.
Yeah,
we're good.
They
We're
rely
good.
heavily on Paul George.
Yeah, you're good, PG. You cooking. Do what you do. Wait, what? We're down 13. We about to lose 5 games in a row or 6 games in a row, whatever it is.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. Goddammit. What do you have, like 20-something in the fourth? He said, what? All right. I got it. Let me just, people, Kawhi might have lost a step. He's not the same. Let me get in transition below by Tillman and bang on somebody's head in the fourth quarter. Like this, it's winning time. It's what time it is.
That Kawhi might have lost the step stuff is bordering on goofy.
And I said he looked a little different. Ever since then, he was balling. So to point being, I think Paul George needs to be reminded that it's time to lock in. I think he's that type of individual. Like hey, Paul, come on, we got to lock in. You're right, man. Let me lock in. Kawhi. This is my 5th game. I'm off. Is it the playoffs yet? We in the playoffs.
I don't know if Kawhi is going to take one off because I'm looking. The Clippers don't play tonight, and it doesn't appear, unless I'm missing, I don't think they play tomorrow. Who we root for is really boring tonight. It's Kings Pelicans. There are games out there, but really it boils down to the Kings Pelicans. Who he root for tomorrow? Well, that's a different story.
I love who he root for.
Grizzlies Lakers tomorrow. Philadelphia, Minnesota. That's
Lakers
easy.
are tied for 10th, the same record as Utah or something like that.
Well, if Sacramento does what they need to do tonight, I think there's a 3-way tie for there are 3 teams with the same record at 9, 10, and 11.
Mm-hmm.
So that's Sacramento's got to take care of business tonight against New Orleans.
Right now the Lakers. Well, maybe it's just because the Pelicans lost, but for whatever tiebreaker it is, the Lakers are in 11th right now.
Okay, but you see where the Pelicans are at. If the Pelicans lose,
they'll all be 31 and 34.
Yeah.
Right now, whatever the tiebreaker, I guess maybe they've lost the head-to-head to the Jazz. The Jazz are with the same record as the Lakers are in 10th. And the Lakers are in 11th.
Utah,
they lost last night.
And they do not play tonight. They play tomorrow, but they don't play tonight. Like tonight, there's Boston, Cleveland. That's a fun one just for basketball purposes. Portland's at Detroit. Toronto's at Denver. That's, hey, go Dinosaurs, I guess. But I don't care if Denver loses or not. Like it doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, did you see Tyrese Halliburton last night?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
Did you see what the aftermath of that? Like him hitting it, and then who was guarding him?
Oh yeah, I saw all that. I saw the post-game interview too.
Anyway, I didn't see the interview. I saw his Instagram.
Oh,
and he like after Tyrese was talking, you could see Patrick Beverly walking by with that stupid look on his face. Well, hey, shout out to Zero on that one.
Oh yeah,
shout out to Zero.
I might go get a Tyrese Halliburton jersey after how silly he made Pat Bev look last night.
I didn't know he was talking about it.
Oh, he talked about it too.
It was just on his IG. I didn't know he talked about it.
He talked about it too in the post game, and not at the table on the court. He talked about it on the court. We'll come back. I don't want James Ham. I think is going to join us at some point. But I do want to touch on a couple of, Josh Jacobs, franchised by the Raiders, Derek Carr headed to New Orleans. Do want to touch on those two things. I don't want our basketball conversation to end before we get back to the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Phoenix could be a major, major problem. You talk about a reminder, man. We'll come back.
I'm Team Book.
Well, we'll talk about that too, because I saw that exchange, and I'll tell you where that exchange came from when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah. All right, let's see where we at, though. 3, 2, 1. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. Big ups to them. Shout out to Ryan. Shout out to the plug, Jovan. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Shout out to Donna's Dope. The dope ones, you know what it is, man. Shout out to my people over at Crescendo. But you always know what it is, man. Shout out to Cola Sea Moss, man. Some good stuff. I got the pineapple today. This is some good stuff always, man. Shout out to Cola Sea Moss. Go get that thing wherever. Go follow her on Instagram at Cola Sea Moss and go do that. So over the weekend, I went and saw Creed 3. And I love the movie. Great movie. And one of the things that it reminded me of, in case y'all forgot, is boxing has a huge, huge ceiling. Now, these were fictitious characters. It wasn't real. But when you talk about stadium status, for combat sports, boxing is the only one that can give you that. I know UFC is hot right now and all this other stuff. It really feels like UFC can only fill up like an 18,000 seats arena max. Like that's the cap. It may be, more like 15,000. If Conor goes somewhere in Ireland, maybe he can do something because he's Conor and the Iron, all this other stuff. Maybe so. But when you talk about stadium status, like they were in South Africa, like they were at Dodger Stadium, boxing can do that still. Absolutely. And I had 5 fights that I believe either would do that or could do that. And I want to know what you guys think. Number one, they're talking about it. I don't know if it's actually going to happen there, but they're talking about Allegiant Stadium for this, but in no particular order. Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia. Especially if they had like a trilogy, I think the third one absolutely could be stadium status. Spence Crawford absolutely would be in Jerry's World, putting about 40, 50,000 people in Jerry's World for that one. Canelo Benavidez. Oh my goodness. If they put that one in SoFi or in Allegiant Stadium, if Canelo would actually fight him, say Benavidez won this one against Platt. Bro, the build up to that one would be crazy. That one could be stadium status. Canelo Spence in Texas, Jerry's World again? Come on, man. Come on. That could be stadium status. And the last one, I know it's lost a little luster. When they were both undefeated, it absolutely was stadium status. But now it's lost a little bit, but I still think it's there. Deontay Wilder, Anthony Joshua, stadium status. That's 5 boxing fights that could recreate what they did in Creed being at Dodger Stadium. And I think only boxing can do that. I don't think the UFC can. And that's why boxing will always, people saying it's dead and all this other stuff, it's always going to be here. Because at the end of the day, boxing brings something to the table in a major fight that other sports don't necessarily always bring. That's the 13th round.
I think Joshua's cooked, bro.
I think he is too.
I don't think he could sell out anything.
No. He can, in the UK, if he fighting some dude right now, he goes to the UK or wins that fight, goes to the UK, and they have Wilder Joshua. They doing Wembley. They doing Wembley for that. It ain't in the O2 Arena. I know that. You're right. Fury Usyk. That's, yeah, I guess so. I don't. Fury Usyk ain't selling the way Fury Joshua is. Spence and Canelo are going to fight at some point. I believe that. I believe more that Spence and Canelo are going to fight than Spence and Crawford.
Why is that?
Because Arrow walks around at like 160.
That would do numbers.
Yeah. I don't know when it's going to happen. We might be looking 2-3 years down the road. But Arrow is a big 147 that he ain't staying there no more. You're going to do this thing in 154. I think he walks around at like 160.
Now I'm thinking you put that at Jerry's World, man.
Come on, man. You see what I'm saying? Stadium status. That's probably doing 60,000.
That'd be one of the most insane atmospheres ever.
That's probably doing 60,000.
At Jerry's World?
Yeah.
Like you talking about like as far as like tickets and people there? I think you do 100.
There.
I think they sell out the whole thing.
You think so? I ain't gonna go that far. But maybe I don't know. I mean, what did Canelo do for Billy Joe? Was that 70,000?
I don't even remember. Something like
Might
that.
Might have been 50, 60,000, whatever the case may be. You thought it because Texas love Errol Spence. So you throw him in there with Canelo, like say they both go the rest of their way without losing. Up until Canelo could probably still do it if he lost to B-Ball again. It really wouldn't matter. But say Spence goes this whole time without losing, Spence Canelo will be crazy.
Dr. David, you're foul.
Hey, I just did a 13th round.
Okay.
And I talked about
Creed?
It was inspired by Creed.
Okay.
I won't tell the whole movie because I don't think you got a chance to see it. That's just my guess. Did you?
I didn't. No,
Yeah.
I wasn't invited. Did you go?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not the only person I'm close with who went. I guess I just didn't get the invite.
You would have came all the way to Delta Shores to see Creed?
I did want to see it. Like, yeah, I'm probably lying. I wouldn't have gone. But sure, if you invited me, I would have gone. Yeah.
Next time we'll invite you.
I haven't even seen
it. It was Cheryl L.
yet.
Grove. It was the kids. It was Jazz, me.
I haven't even met Ryan yet.
That's just inexcusable. It really is.
I need to be there on the day she's not screaming like that video you showed me.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if that
don't invite me over on one of those days. Yeah, I haven't even met Ryan yet.
But it was Creed inspired because the main event was at Dodger Stadium. And it just reminded me that boxing can do that. Regardless, people boxing dead, all this other stuff.
Can it really? Like, what fight can do that?
Tank Ryan, they talk about a Legion. I don't know if they're going to do it. They should do a Legion right out the gate. But a trilogy for those two, I think they could do stadium status. Me and Jesse were just talking. Canelo versus Errol Spence at Jerry's World, you're talking 50, 60,000.
Now, you don't like Canelo, right?
Man, he's cool. He's cool. I don't have a problem with Canelo. It's the Canelo fans that I kind of don't like, but Canelo's cool.
Didn't Canelo train Michael B. Jordan?
He might have.
I think he did. If he didn't train him, he was a consultant on
he was in the movie.
At least one of the he was a consultant on one of those.
So I'm sure he has something to do with it. The other one I named.
I did watch Creed 2 since no one invited me out to the movies. I had the last time I had seen it was when I went to see it in the movie.
Yeah.
So I ran that one back yesterday.
Clearly the worst of the three. But it's still good.
It's still good, but one, I mean,
one
I haven't seen 3. I heard it was great. One is
I was thinking about this yesterday. One is one of the best movies I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Forget Creed, forget Rocky series, forget incredible. Sports. It's one of the great movies I've ever seen. But I also said, Jesse, what you think about Canelo Benavidez? Can be stadium status.
Yeah, you do that Jerry's World again. Or you can do it in LA.
You could do it at State Farm in Arizona.
Yeah.
That would be big time. But the whole point was, I don't think UFC can do that. UFC cannot go into stadiums.
I agree. I heard some guy who hadn't fought in 3 years won their title this week.
He did.
The guy who they swore would never main event. I think he's main evented like 4 pay-per-views since Dana White said he'll never main event a pay-per-view again because he kept getting thrown off for doing drugs.
And that's a wild boy right there.
Yeah, he's
But they don't have them stars, bro. They don't have them stars in the UFC. They got stars to UFC people, but to James Ham, Connor's probably the only
you need a
UFC
Connor level star, you need a Ronda level star, you need someone who casuals order pay-per-views.
And John Jones ain't that.
John Jones is probably the cold piece is John Jones is probably the greatest fighter ever.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's flawless.
Absolutely.
Like you
can't beat that dude.
He's just a jackass. And he's probably dirty, but I don't know. That may very well be the entire sport at this point. James Ham is putting his ears on. He's getting comfortable here with us to talk. You mentioned Arizona. Can we mention this before we shift back to the Kings?
Mm-hmm.
So I think Kevin Durant on Phoenix might be a problem.
Oh my goodness. Ooh.
Kevin Durant on Phoenix might be an
Ooh.
issue.
Hey, look, man. We and rightfully so.
That boy
Rightfully so. We deserve to do this. We've earned that right. But us here in Sacramento, we talking about, Memphis, we coming for that 2 seed. Them boys in the Valley of the Sun might be coming for that 2 seed. That's what might be coming for that 2 seed. Them boys is tough.
They very well. It's just a reminder. Kevin Durant's so great. And James, he's like just casual about it. Like he just goes out there and like when Kevin Durant plays, like he's one of it's KD, it's Giannis, it's Jokic, and I think that's it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's it. LeBron is different. He's also at a different stage of his career. But in terms of just dominance and like ease of the game, it's Giannis and Jokic and KD and absolutely no one else.
Would you put Luka on there? Luka makes it look pretty easy.
Man, because when I watch Luka, I don't feel like I do that. Like when I watch Kevin Durant, it's like, yes, that's not fair. Like it doesn't even look like these guys are in the same league. Mm-hmm. I don't feel that way with Luka. I feel like Luka is just really, really, really good. LeBron, I used to think wasn't fair. When he would be running, ahead of steam and like you can't do anything. You just have to get out of the way. Mm-hmm. And he could still do that now. Mm-hmm. I used to have that feeling about him, but like KD's size and grace is just absurd.
That's what I love about KD. It always feels like it's part of the flow of the game. Mm-hmm. Like there's so few things that are forced, and it never looks like he's going to miss. Mm-hmm. Like it doesn't matter where he's shooting from. It never looks like he's going to miss. And he shoots above everybody. I mean, he's a freak of nature, but really it's the game as much as it is his body that is just crazy. So, yeah, I mean, he's fun. They're going to be tough, but they still have a lot to figure out. It's early,
I don't know how much they have to figure out.
I don't know, man.
Oh, no.
We'll see. We'll see.
Kevin Durant seemed to have figured out a lot quick. And one thing I did forget in that acquisition, and just shame on me, just completely missed this, was the KD Monty connection. I completely did not place that when the deal was first done. Monty Williams, sorry, the KD and Monty Williams connection. I completely didn't connect that at first.
Yeah, and Monty's been with Team USA forever too. So there are a lot of players that Monty has been around. I mean, he's part of the pop tree. He's a guy that,
But they were together at Oklahoma City, weren't they?
Yeah, I think so. And I think they might have even been together when Monty had like the tragedy in his life.
I can't remember if Monty was in Oklahoma City when that happened, but I remember Kevin Durant talking about it and him just being just devastated for Monty. I think he was openly just weeping for Monty. But yeah, I didn't, when the trade was done, you're immediately thinking Chris Paul, Devin Booker, Kevin Durant. It didn't connect. Oh, he knows Monty Williams really well.
Yeah.
Missed that.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I'm team Book, by the way.
In that situation, I'm team Book.
That was the phoniest little scrum between those two. They were both going. They might as well have kissed while they were there. They were just laughing. I appreciate.
That was all on Luka.
Oh, Katie was. The Book was smiling too.
Yeah, because he was like, "Get out of my face." What are you talking about?
I appreciate Luka's response though. Next time, start chirping with more than 3 seconds left.
There's the thing. He wasn't even chirping. That's Luka. He's Book. What do you mean stop it?
He was chirping at Luka. Stop it.
Who was he talking? What did he say to Luka?
He was talking about the offensive foul.
He's looking at the referee.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing. Don't do
saying
that.
That's a charge.
Don't do that. Never thought I'd see the day. Look at you.
Please.
Repping for Devin Booker.
Please. In that situation, I'm team Book.
Okay. I'm
team Book.
I'm abstaining.
Situation.
I'm abstaining. That's what I'm doing. I ain't on a team. I'm a loner. I ain't on a team if it's down to those two.
Well, that and like, I don't know if you guys noticed, but that's his 15th technical for Luka. So one more and he's suspended for a game.
That also happened. That also hit Memphis this weekend.
But they had a bet. Well, didn't they have an ACL tear or Achilles?
Brandon Clark.
Man. Yeah, Memphis had an awful weekend.
They had an awful weekend.
Yeah, and just so we do know, Monty Williams was an assistant coach in February of 2016
with OKC.
With OKC, with Kevin Durant when his wife was killed in a head-on collision. Yeah. So they do have a lot of history together. And I know like Monty always had like a really family vibe like that. Even when the Kings went and traded for Gravis Vasquez, I know Gravis Vasquez had a really tough time transitioning to the league, and he ended up like spending like lots and lots of time like at their house, having barbecues, sleeping on their couch. As far as the Williams family, like Monty is a guy who definitely is a family guy, and just so I would assume that Kevin Durant and him are very close. We're very close, so it's probably a really good fit for him.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to harp on this. What year did he lose his wife again?
February 2016.
Okay, KD was in Golden State at that time, wasn't he?
No, it's the last year he's in OKC.
Okay. Because I don't know, for some reason I kept thinking the interview with Kevin Durant was like he wasn't with him, but like I don't know why I got stuck on that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Point being is Kevin Durant on the Phoenix Suns, I think, is a problem. That team is very, very good. James, let's get a couple of quick football notes. Derek Carr signing for with the New Orleans Saints, 4 years, $100 million guaranteed.
Good
I
for
like
him.
that.
Good
I
for
like
him.
that.
You called that. You said it was going to happen. I didn't think it would.
Don't think it's the last one we see.
You think Jimmy gets $100 million guaranteed?
I do.
I don't think he does.
I do.
I'll be wrong again, I guess, if you bet against him.
Okay. Speaking of quarterbacks, your collective quarterback, Brock Purdy, scheduled for surgery again.
Yeah, Friday.
Let's just get it done and hope that it don't reveal nothing more than what they thought. I'm just hoping I'm wrong for everything I thought before.
You're gonna get it done at some point here.
That's the crazy thing, because they could get in there and be like, no, we gotta do Tommy John.
I'm just hoping I'm wrong, man. I hope my vibes are off on that one. Get well soon, Brock. Even with it not being that though, it has pushed the timeline back like a month.
Yeah.
So we thought he'd be ready right for the beginning of training camp. Well, now it's looking more like mid to late August.
Yeah, 2 or 3 weeks late.
And Trey is fully healthy, right?
Yeah.
Or
like he had that one more surgery towards the end. He's on track to being ready for OTAs.
I think I saw somewhere the 49ers visited with the UCLA quarterback at the combine.
I actually like that guy.
Yeah.
Thompson.
Well, there's a lot of.
I can't remember. I like it. He's like 26, but I like him.
He's like the Chris Winkie of this generation.
Yeah.
There's
step in.
There's a lot of rumblings that they're probably going to be pretty active in the quarterback market, be it through the draft or for some
49ers.
other form. Yeah, just
why? Josh Johnson was spectacular.
Well,
just saying.
He did have a touchdown pass in that game.
Okay, he did.
Okay,
technically that's what happened. And franchise tenders are due. I believe it's tomorrow. And Josh Jacobs got his. The Oakland Raiders said, the Las Vegas Raiders said, you ain't going nowhere.
So what's the thing with the correct me here, franchise tag, you can only franchise one player?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It makes sense that the Raiders, if you're going to use it, it makes sense. Like you 100%. Don't have a quarterback. Usually that's reserved for a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have a quarterback you're using it on. You already signed Max Crosby.
I think I saw Jimmy G. I think I read something today.
I saw something about
Jimmy G and the Raiders. Like I read they might look at Mac Jones too.
Wow, jeez. Goodness.
I was like, wait a minute. What are Mac Jones and Jimmy Garoppolo doing in the same headline? Oh, quarterbacks the Raiders may look at if they can't land Aaron Rodgers.
Wow.
So I guess Aaron Rodgers again is holding the league hostage. Although that I don't know that this is necessarily his fault, but everyone seems to have hopes to land Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, the Cowboys franchise Pollard too.
Mm-hmm.
That was crazy. I mean, because that's like how much money are you going to spend on running backs?
Well, it's all well,
and it's Zeke, right?
I think they can cut Zeke. And two, boy, that is a hell of a pay raise for Tony Pollard.
Yeah.
Tony Pollard was making nothing.
Yeah, he just got rich.
Yeah,
he's coming off. He's
that's-
gonna be coming off a broken ankle too.
yeah.
What is the? I don't know what the franchise is for running backs now.
I have no idea the
'Cause you gotta
number.
be the
It's
top
five.
three. Top
It's-
five?
I think it's the average of the top 5.
Yeah.
And I don't know what
Did you-
each position.
Did you
could be.
guys see who's potentially on the trade market?
No.
Derrick Henry, potentially on the trade market.
Oh yeah, but that's crazy talk. Like the statistics on when running backs have back-to-back like 400 carry seasons and
Mhm.
what they look like the year after or 2 years after. I mean, you're shot. And Derrick Henry, he might have another season, maybe 2, but I'm not giving up a bunch for him just because of the pounding he's taken as a pro running back.
Mhm.
Oh, he took that. He did that in college too.
Mhm.
Remember?
Yeah.
So I think he had like 400 carries or something.
When did he have his knee injury? That was last year, I think, where he was out for. Was it a torn ACL or?
I don't think he
torn
was out with a
something.
torn ACL last year.
Yeah, I don't think
But
so.
he was out. He
He
injured
missed games
something.
last year. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was. I don't want to say it was miraculous, but it was like he did it early in the season, and they're like he's done. But then the Titans started playing well, and it's like, well, he might be able to come back, and he came back for like the divisional round or something like that.
10 million, by the way, Ham is the number. Who I think
Okay.
James asked. 10 million is the number for running backs. Which think about that for a second. That is a stunningly low number. That's the average of the top 5 paid running backs in the league. $10 million.
That's
They
easy.
have brutalized that position over the year. Now, granted, they they kind of had the right to with there aren't very many guys who have lived up to running back contracts. I don't know what legs Saquon's got to stand on to get a big money deal, but as Mr. Halliburton once said, I can guarantee you that might be over.
Yeah,
it might be over for running backs. Those big contracts may not be out there for them.
It's got to be the perfect.
You might
storm,
have to be
right?
able to throw a touchdown pass at this point. Like catching and running with him ain't enough.
Right.
You might have to be able to throw a couple.
Well, it's got to be the perfect storm of, and Saquon might be there though, of a guy that's young enough to not be damaged goods like a Derrick Henry. That is a game changer. The way Saquon is, the combination of the two might get him paid. But rarely do we see like that combination meet up.
Yeah, it was Le'Veon Bell. Yeah,
it was
Le'Veon Bell could
Yeah.
catch and run out of the backfield.
Yeah, looking at Derrick Henry, he's 29, just turned 29. 3 of the last 4 seasons, he's led the NFL in carries.
And that's the
303,
magic. You're approaching the magic number.
378,
Right?
349. Yeah, 1,750 carries over his career. He only played 8 games last year, but yeah, he's gonna. That's tough to give him big money.
I'd still trade for him if I was a certain team, like depending on the team. I'm trying to think. I don't know who off the top of my head, but
You could use him the way the Cowboys originally used Marion Barber, where they didn't even give the ball to Barber until the 4th quarter. And they just used it to just break defensive down. If you could keep him fresh and get him 10 to 12 carries all in the 4th quarter and be done. Maybe that'll work.
Yeah, the era of
Kyle
first round
Shanahan.
pick running backs is over. You know, you might have a guy get drafted in the 1st round, but like few and far between. We're looking at top 10 and
number 2. Yeah, that's over. Those Saquon Barkley picks that's a wrap.
Man, you said it. Like, I don't know if he fits the scheme or not. That's not really what I look at. But if he did fit and the price was right, hell yeah, I'd love to have
absolutely
Derrick Henry with the 49ers.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
You know, Kyle would never even give him the ball that much. He wouldn't have to. He wouldn't lead the league in carries. Like, that's not how Kyle would do this. Like, welcome to our latest running back by committee member.
That's right.
James, let's transition here to the Sacramento Kings. Of course, they'll take on the New Orleans Pelicans. I don't know. Did you get anything confirmed on De'Aaron Fox? I know you tweeted that he was a part of shoot around today, but what's that mean for tonight?
He's part of shoot around, but I'm gonna the Kings are gonna be super cautious here because they're worried about a hamstring issue. It's a sore hamstring. It's not like some small tear or something or some pull, but like there are indicators that you're looking at here when it comes to injuries, and you want to make sure that you're being super cautious. I wouldn't be totally shocked if we didn't see him tonight. I know he wants to play. I know the team wants him to play, but like the medical staff is going to have a say in this. And so, again, it was a good sign that he's out there. He's not limping, and he looked fine. But that doesn't mean that they're going to run him out there just to run him out there. You got a couple of days off here. You got 2 days off in a row. So we're looking at 4 days off in a row if he doesn't play tonight versus jumping right back in against the Knicks on Thursday if he does play. So we'll have to wait and see, but I wouldn't be shocked if we hear around 5:36 that he's not going to play tonight.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. Want him to play, obviously, gives the team the best chance to win, but it's almost like the situation we talked about with the wrist with OKC, where late in this season, a lot of miles on him. You're maybe still in another few days of rest and recovery by having him sit, because they have an extra day, like Damian talked about. Anything that's not the 1 day in between feels like an
extra day,
a whole extra day. So you could have him potentially from Sunday to Thursday resting and recovering and trying to heal that hamstring, instead of throwing him out there tonight where he might not be 100%. But this is that time of year, though, as well, for some of these guys.
Everyone's beat up this time of year. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, we saw him shaking his left wrist during the game. We saw Sabonis take a shot on his other hand, his left hand, in the last game. That looked like it hurt. He was shaking that thing for a while. Like, look, if you're not beat up and bruised, then it's because you haven't been playing. And the Kings most of their players have played the majority of the season. Like we're at that point where their top 8 guys are, almost every single game this season. Herter might have missed 1 game. Monk has missed like 1 or 2 games. Fox has missed, I think, 4 or 5.
Yeah, what was he sick? Like I remember Kevin Herter was like sick 1 game, right?
Yeah,
he wasn't actually. I don't think he was injured.
Was that the Toronto game?
Yeah, I can't remember.
TD played for him.
You might have.
Okay,
you might be right though. He might have been.
I feel like he just was sick and not
Toronto.
And I know with Malik had a stretch of games where it was getting ugly, and Mike gave him like a break. He said like the indicators are, he's like, Malik wants to play. I'm making the decision to not play him tonight.
Yeah.
And like we need him to heal up and to get right and to be ready. And I think it helps. These guys do need breaks, and I know they're professional athletes, but this team they've practiced so much. Like they really are in like top flight condition. But you're going to have these things, and the training staff, like that's one of the problems that you have, is that every team collects all this data, but there is no true indicator and there is no true predictor about what it is that, if a player is going to have an injury or not. And so you can sit a guy and he can maybe that does impact him not getting hurt, but then you can sit a guy and then he can come back a couple of games later and still get hurt. You can also have a guy play through it. And so the collection of data, it's just not an exact science yet. It's just, again, it's all predictive stuff. And there are times where you can see a player run out of juice and you want to sit him. But then we see like what's happened with Herter, where it looked like he ran out of juice. You didn't sit him. And next thing you know, he found himself again. So now he's at 20, 22 points a game over the last 3 or 4.
How many rebounds?
That's been a problem.
Why are you bringing up old stuff? Why are you bringing up old stuff?
You know what? We'll talk about, as James said, it'll be a problem. We'll talk about Kevin Herter's rebounding. Also want to ask you about Kessler Edwards. We saw our first extended look at him over the weekend as well. So we're just getting started. We got lots of Kings conversation coming up here with James Ham when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader. Steeling with KC on ESPN 1320.
2 things here. I'll go on the next break because there's a couple things that I want to address. Did the 13th round about stadium fights, stadium boxing fights. A lot of people were like, KC, so crazy. Boxing don't have that cachet no more. They can't do stadium fights. First of all, they do. They already do stadium fights. England, they rock out with 60, 70,000 for an Anthony Joshua fight. But I said specifically Canelo and Spence. they could do. Jesse said they could fill the whole thing up. Do 100,000.
Yeah, I think you're shortchanging them with 60.
Yeah,
I think
I
they're
said
doing
60,
100.
70. I said about 60,000, 50, 60,000. Well, people thought that was crazy. For Errol Spence's fight against Mikey Garcia, he had 47,525 fans in the AT&T Stadium. Canelo versus Billy Joe Saunders, 73,126. So, yeah, Canelo and Spence can do 100,000 in Jerry's world. Settle down, everybody. The other thing that I wanted to bring up was I was watching this game. It is 4-point game going into the fourth quarter in Boise with our Lady Hornets.
Yeah, are you on commercial? I feel like I've been on commercial for 10 minutes over here.
Well, it hasn't been that long, but I am on commercial.
Okay.
One of the ladies at Sac State, she goes up, blocks the girl's shot, gets called for a foul. She didn't think she fouled him, and she's like, "Come on!" And the look that the referee gave her, now he didn't give her a technical foul, but the look was why I don't like referees. Who the hell you looking at like that?
You think referees are bad? Like referees in women's college basketball are way worse.
Who the hell you think you looking at like that? Settle down, ref. Settle down. Settle the hell down.
In the chat, James H, which is like nice. He keeps asking about Sasha Vezenkov. Like, there's a window when the Kings can actually negotiate with a player that's playing in Europe. That window's closed. So he will not be coming over this season. If he's going to come over, it would be next season.
What you think about that? What you like the possibilities?
Like I've watched enough of him that like we could have like an honest debate about how good he's going to be at the pro level, and it would be like opinionated and like what his ceiling could be.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm right, maybe you're right, whatever. So as far as like when it comes to just scouting wise, like I don't know, like he's interesting. Like he'd be another nice scoring option. But my problem is he's not a great defender. He's 6'9", but with short arms. He's a great shooter. So basically he's kind of like what you already have.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you want more of the same, that's fine. The problem is that this offseason, the Kings need to find the frontline version of Kessler Edwards. They don't need like another of the same guy. I think they can use him and he can be part of the forward rotation, but like Keegan Murray, are you going to bring back Harrison Barnes? Like he's not a swap out for Harrison Barnes. He's not that good. And so you got to wonder like how does he fit, and more roster makeup than it like in a normal situation. I would say, yeah, go for it. He makes sense. But when you look at, again, Keegan and Harrison, who kind of have the same exact limitations, you need something different. And I could make the argument, it would be more of a debate than it would be anything else, but we could debate whether he's better than Trey Lyles or not. And then you got to kind of look at that. Like, would you rather have a guy who's been in the NBA who has shown you he can do it? That kind of thing.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, wherever you are. We thank you so much for being here with us as James Ham is here with us. The Sacramento Kings take on the New Orleans Pelicans tonight at the Golden One Center. So let's dive into this, and we'll start with Kevin Huerter. I made a joke about, you mentioned Kevin Huerter and his scoring and how well he's shooting, and I said, hey, James, how well is he rebounding? Well, fact is, he's not rebounding, as the statistics show, at least for the last two games. And Mike clearly a little, again, agitated by some players on his team not rebounding, as he pointed out in his post-game presser yesterday.
The funny thing is, I think they got out rebounded by one rebound. So that's one thing. But they lost.
Also, Domas gets like 20 a night at this point.
And that's what Kevin said today. Like, he was asked very specific about like him not getting enough rebounds. And he said, well, what am I supposed to do? Go steal Sabonis's rebounds? Like that's not going to fly.
You can do the Giannis trick.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see Giannis's triple-double
They
yesterday?
took it away, by the way.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Oh, he was a rebound short of a triple-double, and I guess the bench was yelling at him. He stole the ball. He was under the basket, and he just threw it off the backboard and grabbed it. And the announcers were like, "Oh, does that count? I think he just got his triple-double." The bench was telling him to get a rebound. So
Yeah, they took it away. They counted it at
Like,
first
how do you take it away? Well, it's a rebound. How do you take it away?
because it was a disingenuous attempt at a shot.
I didn't even know that was a rule.
I don't know if it's a rule or not, but that's what they did today. They officially took the rebound
Oh,
away.
come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, Kevin Herter.
Kevin
is,
Herter's got to have a disingenuous
Well,
shot
but-
attempt.
Kevin Herter's never been a good rebounder throughout his career. I mean, he averages 3.3 rebounds per game. Like having 1 or 0, like he has in the last 2 games, that's not going to cut it. You have to go mix it up. And I'd even say this: the reason they lost that game, very specific. They gave up 3 offensive rebounds that ended up being putbacks in the final 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where it was. You got the stops. You just couldn't get the rebound and finish the play. And it was guys not putting a body on people. And that's unacceptable. And that's where Mike is he doesn't want to point fingers, but he needs to point fingers.
Mm-hmm.
And see that. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
James.
go ahead.
I was just going to say, and pointing fingers in that situation, if you're going to do it, I need more than 7 combined rebounds from Keegan and Harrison.
Mm-hmm.
Those are your.
Yeah.
I know Keegan only played 20 minutes. He didn't really get an opportunity.
He was
But
invisible.
I mean, they 7 rebounds total. Trey Lyles had 8 by himself off the bench.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, again, Trey Lyles is one of those guys that sits there on the bench and is fully engaged in the game and looking and going, how can I impact this specific game? And then he goes in and he does whatever it is he needs to do to help the team. And that's a sign of a really good veteran, but also a really smart player. And certain nights, he feels that they need more scoring. So he goes out and he scores a bunch, or they need more 3-point shooting. So he focuses on that, or they need someone to go crash. And that, for me, having veterans like that have that ability is huge. And they do take rebounds away from, when a guy like that has 8 rebounds and then Sabonis has 14 rebounds in that game. There isn't a whole lot more rebounds, especially when you play defense so poorly that the opposition shoots 61% from the field. There's not a lot of defensive rebounds when they shoot 61% from the field.
We talk about the way that they played defensively, James, and that's obviously a big conversation coming out of that Memphis game, given it was only their second loss when scoring 130-plus points. I think the record now 15-2 when they score 130-plus, the other loss being, of course, the Los Angeles Lakers. But it felt like there were moments last night, James, where the Kings did play really good defense for about 20 seconds or 21 seconds. And then something happened. Somebody missed something. And Mike Conley's wide open in the corner, or somebody else is wide open in the corner. And I don't have this confirmed, but I think they shot perfect in situations like that, from time winding down on the shot clock to just standing alone in the corner. I think they were 10 of 10. Will Z probably says that's a lie, but I'm saying it's true because it felt like every time I thought this Kings team had a good defensive possession, someone hit a 3 in the corner.
Yeah, or they gave up the offensive rebound and the putback. I mean,
and I think there's one time they did both.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
gave up the offensive rebound and it
the
turned
scatter
into a 3.
Yeah, the scatter 3. Yeah, the Kings, especially early in the season, they were notorious for the scatter 3. Whenever everything goes wrong, they get an offensive rebound, they kick out 3. And there was a bunch of them. This team, they're really trying to protect the paint, and so they're giving up a ton of 3-point shots. It's not exactly a perfect situation, but again, it goes back to trying to save Sabonis from getting in foul trouble, in my opinion. For this team, when you start to see them run out of gas, the indicator is very clear. It's Sabonis's fouls. As soon as you start seeing his fouls start to tick up, that means that too many blow-bys are happening, and he's trying to help out, and he keeps picking up fouls. And so it's the first indicator. The second indicator is, again, the 3-point shot. This team is trying to shrink in, protect Sabonis, and they're giving up 3s because of it. And, they've got to get better. I also, Kessler Edwards, steps on the floor, and at the point that he went in the game, and there was 4 minutes left in the third quarter, Ant-Man had 22 points. He finished with 26. And I thought he was incredible. I thought he stayed in front of his man. I thought he was able to take, Mike Brown talked about it, he's able to take a hit and stay square, where a lot of guys like him aren't strong enough to take a hit from somebody. And so the way to neutralize someone's length like that is to get into their body and sort of knock them down, keep them on the ground, and then play back, and I don't think Kessler is a guy you can do that with. And I thought he was super, super impressive. And it also showed you, we always talk about, oh, well, one player isn't going to fix this thing. One player can impact this thing greatly on the defensive end. And he hit a 3, he missed a layup. I'm not so worried about the offensive side. I just thought he was competent. He went and got rebounds. He had 3 or 4 rebounds in that game. And I thought they were impactful rebounds. He didn't know what to do once he got the ball. Like everyone else just takes off running with the ball once they get the rebound. He was kind of like, where's my guard? So you could see where he was a little out of sorts, but I think it really shows you, like, the Kings are going to get a look at the player archetype that they need for that position. That is a type of guy they need. Now, you need 2 or 3 of them, number one. Number 2, you need somebody who's like more proven than Kessler Edwards to play that position.
How are you going to get 2 or 3 of them, James? Like how? Like you
We
get
keep
2 or
one of
3
them.
of them. Who's not playing? Who's off this team?
Well, it doesn't matter if they're off the team, or it's going to come down to who's not playing. So we opened the season, KZ Okpala, Chima Moneki is that kind of guy. And then you have to look, like, this offseason, Alex Len, Terrence Davis, Trey Lyles, Chimezi Metu.
But they're already not playing.
Well,
like,
yeah,
you
but
get
those
2 or
are
3
all
of them.
free
Now you're
agents.
talking like Kevin Huerter, Malik Monk, Davion Mitchell aren't playing no more.
No. Those guys are going to play. But what I'm saying is you're going to get 2 or 3 of these guys. So when you do have injuries or when guys aren't playing well, they can step on the
I
court,
got you.
even
I
if it's
got
in
you.
practice. Like,
got you.
somebody has to play. And that's where I kind of look at Sasha and go, okay, look, it's fine if you bring in Sasha for next year and you've got these 3 forwards that are all kind of the same body type. That's a problem. You don't have the athleticism and you don't have the length that you need at that position. So that's where you're like, okay, how am I going to fit another guy in? Or how am I going to fit 2 of these guys in?
Yeah.
The Kings need to figure out a way. I remember the first year of Dave Yeager, when they tried to build a playoff team and then it did not go well and they ended up blowing the whole thing up mid-season. But they walked into that season with Matt Barnes, Omri Caspi, and Rudy Gay all at 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", that could play the 3 and the 4. By the end of the season, they had nobody. By the next season, they didn't have a single player like Bogdanovic at 6'6". They didn't have a single player between that and like center size. And it was a huge problem. So this team needs to find those athletic, long guys. Like Toronto has like 14 of them. Kings, they don't even really have one until now where they have Kessler Edwards. Even like PJ Dozier is one of those guys that gives you like great length, sort of height to wingspan differential that you can put on the perimeter and have them defend somebody.
Real quick, because I agree with everything you talked about with the way Kessler played on Saturday. Loved it. Now, the next question that we were trying to figure out is, will we see that again?
Yeah.
We might not.
Because a lot of times, we see like KZ has a good outing and then we don't see him for like 2-3 weeks. Do you think, and I know we don't know anything, but do you think maybe this is the beginning of Kessler getting more of an opportunity, or is it
The
more
Kessler Edwards era has begun?
is it more likely a one-off?
In all honesty, it very well could be a one-off because Mike Brown was very honest about he did not go into the game with that as a game plan. That was not the game plan, was not to go Kessler Edwards. They even tried PJ Dozier first, and that didn't work out. And they're like, well, might as well give this other kid a shot. Go ahead and run out there and go do what we're asking you to do. And so if it were something where they designed it, like, they have in the past where it's like, hey, Chimezi Metu is going to get a 5-game run at the backup center spot. And if he does well, we'll leave him out there. If he doesn't do well, maybe we'll end it at 3.5 games, but we're at least going to give it a shot. That's not what this was. This was a Nothing is going right. We look horrible. We can't defend anybody. Let's throw some things at the wall and see if they stick. And Kessler said it too. He goes, I didn't expect to play. He's like, I didn't know if I was going to play or not. He's like, I got to stay ready in case I do. But like the game plan, I wasn't part of the game plan for the night.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Missing any part of today's show, you can download the D'Lo and KC podcast wherever you get podcasts from on that same Odyssey app, on Apple, Spotify, whatever your preference is. Never miss anything when you subscribe to the D'Lo and KC podcast. Let's stay with Saturday's game versus Minnesota for a minute. You brought up Keegan sort of briefly a moment ago. Keegan is arguably the most invisible he's been in a Kings basketball game all year. I heard you and Brendan talking about normally on the Kings Beat podcast. He's doing something, and you could see it, and you know Keegan is out there. Boy, he was forgettable on Saturday, arguably for the first time this season.
Yeah, I think Mike just saw something in it too. Like there was something he spotted, or that one of the other coaches spotted and said, let's just pull the plug on this one tonight. Because what you don't want to do is like affect his confidence and stuff like that. It's not like he shot a bunch and missed a bunch. He just wasn't part of the flow, but he also, I think he was a step slow. And it's what we saw from a couple of guys. That's again, when guys are a step slow, they get beat, right? But the other thing you see is the fouls. And we started seeing one foul after another for Keegan, where, and I know I don't think he even had like massive foul trouble, but you could see the types of fouls. He was so off balance and out of sorts, and like grabbing and like really like rough, weird fouls. You could just see that it wasn't his night, and that's okay. He's a rookie. He's a rookie on a 3rd seed. He's playing 30 minutes a night. You know, this is one of those things where you're going to have moments where he might not hit another rookie wall, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have a night where he just can't, figure it out. And that's okay. Like that's what is supposed to happen in your rookie season in the NBA. He's just now entering like the 3rd season if he were a college player. The college season is roughly 30 games. We're in the 64 games in, 60. What is tonight? Game
37 and 26.
64 tonight. Yeah. So they have 18 games left after tonight. So yeah, hopefully he doesn't have a lot of these games, but this 2-day break coming up, it's going to be huge for a guy like that.
So you think, James, like this is kind of what we're going to see for the rest of this year, where if he doesn't have it, Coach Brown probably won't let him play through it. He's just going to be like, oh, you don't have it. I'm going to look to go in a different direction tonight.
Yeah, and that's not a bad thing, because look, early in the season, the first 50 games of the year, if you want to let a guy play through a little bit, that's okay. This is about winning right now. It's not about learning a lesson. It's not about, those things can be taught while you're sitting on the bench watching. They can be taught in practice in a film session right now. This is about, you got 19 games to prove you belong. And you got a 4-game lead in the loss column over the Golden State Warriors to host a playoff series, and so the Kings have circled, like they need to make sure that if they can do it at all, they need to be in the top 4, and so they can host. And that's what I think they're doing. They're going for the win, and it's what they should do. Like they haven't been in this position, but like the like on the fly, learning on the job things. That's over. That's over now. It's over in the playoffs. If you're not going to lose a playoff series because you're trying to teach Keegan Murray a couple of lessons. That's not fair to him. It's not fair to the rest of your team. It's not fair to your fan base. So yeah.
Absolutely.
2 games up on Phoenix right now, 1 game back from Memphis for the 2 spot. And tonight's game, sneaky important. I imagine Kings are really big with Laker fans tonight. Kings beat the Lakers. There's a 31-34 tie between the Pelicans, the Jazz, and the Lakers there in the 9, 10, and 11 spots. the Pelicans are, as Will Z laid out for us, that's a tough defensive team who create, I think, a lot of challenges. Not surprisingly, probably the biggest tonight is Brandon Ingram.
Yeah, see, again, we talk about these teams that are around the Kings.
Kessler Edwards, come on down.
Yeah, but I mean, look at Minnesota, and you keep thinking, oh man, this is a bad matchup team. Like, they're teams that are around where the Kings should have been in development. They're around the same, like, they just haven't won as many as the Kings. They've had those moments where the wheels have completely fallen off the bus, or in both of their like, they both have had major injury problems all season long, whether it's Cat or Zion or Brandon Ingram missing 15 games or whatever it was he missed. Like, all three of these teams, they're, in my opinion, they're all around the same basic skill and like development level. Like, you can, like, one team you could favor over the other. The fact that the Kings are the one team that's sitting at 3 and these other guys are like 6 or 10 is, to me, it's really more about injuries than it is anything else. And so, like, it's a coin flip when you go up against these teams. They're good teams. It's not like the Kings are head and shoulders above them. This isn't a San Antonio Spurs team or Oklahoma City team even. This is a team that, or the Utah Jazz. Like, the Kings are better than those teams. Mm-hmm. This is very specifically teams that they should be battling, and whether it's for a 3, 4, 5, 6, or it's for a 7, 8, 9, 10. This is what you kind of expected at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, man, it's it's just one of those things, man, where you're going up against, like you mentioned, a good team. It's, if you lose to the Pelicans, it's not a bad loss and all this other. At least I don't deem it that way. I look at it as a team that, while they are banged up, they still have dangerous players out there. CJ McCollum is extremely dangerous. Obviously, Brandon Ingram, extremely dangerous. You got guys like Murphy out there that can ball as well. So Hernan Gomez gave them fits last time they played. So it's a game that the Kings, I'd like to see them win, and if they can get it, everyone's a good win with 18 games left, right?
Yeah.
Everyone, there ain't no bad. When they play San Antonio, they win now. That's a good win.
Good win.
I'll take that. Every game's a
you
good
beat
win.
Houston by 1 point. It's a good win.
Who cares?
Yeah, it's a good win.
I mean, that's how you have to look at, and we can talk about, they're a game behind Memphis, right? How I look at
the way
we
you said
didn't have
that.
to have
I don't
quotation
like the way
marks.
that
They
you
literally-
said that.
well, no, but when I look at when you get to this point in the season, you have to look at how many games that the opposition has left. So if, again, the Golden State Warriors, they're down to 16 games. The Kings have 19. Well, they trail the Kings by 4 games in the loss column.
Mm-hmm.
And they still have, I think it's either 6 or 7 road games left, where they're 7 and 23 on the road. So they're a bad road team. The Warriors can catch the Kings without any question. 4 games in the loss column, that's not insurmountable. But when you really start to look at it, they only have 16 games left. That means that just right off the bat, the worst they could be is 12-4, and one of those wins has to be against the Kings, right, to finish out their schedule, and that's not easy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and then the Kings control their own destiny too. It depends on how many games the Kings can win, and but then we look at the other group, right? So you look at Minnesota at 32 losses and the Kings at 26. 6 games is a lot to make up. That's almost, again, at this point, it's almost impossible. 7 games for a team like Minnesota, 7 games for a team like the Pelicans. So what we're talking about tonight is not the Kings fighting to hopefully, whether the Pelicans are going to pick up a full game on them and they could be a team that comes up and gets them. We're down to like maybe 2 teams that can catch the team for the Kings for the 3rd seed. Mm-hmm. And that's, of course, the Suns, who have a good shot at it. Mm-hmm. And it's the Warriors. And like, every one of these games is so paramount for this team. So.
A couple of quick things.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Sac State Hornets women's basketball team moving along in the Big Sky tournament here. All of a sudden, this game turned into a blowout.
Yeah, they just stepped on the gas on these girls.
It was
on the gas on these girls.
It was a fight for a minute. Now, I'm not going to take credit, but when I turned it on, it was close. And then I don't know if Coach Campbell alerted them, hey, D'Lo's watching, and they turned up. But this game turned into a blowout in the final minutes. And
look here,
and
we
Sac
just
State's moving along.
got to thank D'Lo.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay. So air horns for D'Lo. Now, big ups to our Sac State women's basketball team. And that was the final. Big Sky champions.
So the I'm sure Ryan will alert us to this, but I don't know if they've won too many games. I think Sac State women, they won a game or two last year in the tournament, I think. But them winning this game, I mean,
but this wasn't the final, was it?
No.
Why did that say? Okay, they fixed it.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it said Big Sky championship game on the bottom of the lower third, but they fixed it.
Bad job by them.
I should know better than the Truth broadcast.
It's they're going to the semis, but I don't know how many games they've won.
Look, it says it right there.
History. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. That's a bad job by them. Bad job by Big Sky Network. But I wonder how many games they've won in women's basketball, like conference games they've won in Big Sky, Sac State Big Sky history. Can't be too many. This has got to be one of the few wins they've gotten. So they're on to tomorrow night.
Let's go, Katie. Let's go, Coach. Here's another one. Not really air horn worthy, but I honestly wasn't confident this would happen. The Seahawks and Geno Smith are finalizing a new multi-year contract.
Yeah.
I didn't 3-year deal. Well,
60.
Well, I think I'm getting NFL numbers here.
Oh man, you're getting NFL.
Yeah, I'm getting NFL'd. Ian Rappaport says 3-year deal worth $105 million for Geno Smith. Now,
ouch.
We'll find out. I'm having a tough time believing that's $105 million. 3 years, maybe
numbers
60 to 70.
His numbers were really good last year, but I don't know if $35 million a year.
I don't think that's what this is.
$52 million guaranteed.
Okay, because I don't have that note. So $52 million guaranteed. Yeah, that's the money
with the ability to earn $52 million.
So what that guaranteed almost assures is it's really a 2-year deal that they could sneak out of in the third, and he'll make his $52 million over those 2 years. But it looks like Geno Smith back with the Seattle Seahawks. I like that. I like that for Geno.
Yeah.
I like that for Seattle. I thought he absolutely earned the right to that contract. Last year.
As much as I don't like those guys, I mean, it sets up perfectly for the timeline that they probably want. You got Geno there for 2 years. You draft a quarterback, let him develop under a guy like Geno Smith. And, 2 years, when you cut Geno, your rookie will be ready to go.
Yeah, that's probably what they do. Okay. As we keep moving here. With Kings Talk, you were mentioning. You had a little tone too when you talked about the Kings being healthy. We've talked about that a lot this year, and the Kings kind of being in the position that they've been because they've been in the healthiest. And we can look at the, Ingram being out and then Zion being out, and we could look at the different injuries. Karl Anthony Towns isn't playing right now. Kings don't have to apologize for that. I think referencing the fact that they've been healthy that they've been healthy, it almost diminishes what they've accomplished this year.
Oh, no. I'm not trying to diminish that at all. I think that the fact that the Kings are healthy, number one, I think a lot of it is.
Healthy is their best player playing with a broken hand.
Yeah.
Or one of their best players playing with a broken hand.
Exactly. And I'd also say the training staff is all new this year. Some of them have been here before, but like the top of the training staff is all new this year. So kudos to those guys. I think they've done a remarkable job of keeping this team healthy. But I'm also going to point to something that I think we've talked about a couple of times. The Kings practice more than everyone else. They are like running guys out there for huge minutes. I just think that this team is in better condition than most teams. Mm-hmm. And I think that this whole thing that we see in the NBA where guys are taking time off to do this and that, whether it's load management or whatever, I think it does a disservice to the player themselves. Like, I don't think players are I can guarantee you players work out more now than they did in the 80s and the 90s. They just don't play nearly as much. They're not able to stay healthy because I don't think that they're practicing nearly as much. They're like, so I think technology in this situation, it could be a little bit of a hindrance. The fact that the Kings are younger than a team like, say, the Warriors or the Lakers, that comes into play. But I think also going out and getting guys who don't have a huge injury history is probably a good thing. Malik Monk, Kevin Huerter, these aren't guys that have missed historically like huge chunks of time in their career. And, you're getting guys who play, and that's big too.
The other thing about it is, look, man, there's nothing the Timberwolves can do about Cat. Like that's an injury. There's nothing you can do.
They paid him. Now there's nothing they can do about it.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about the injury. Like that's a serious injury, not rub some dirt on it and go play. Like I'm not saying that, but the Kings play through their stuff. They play through their little nicks and knacks. You see, De'Aaron Fox had the foot earlier this year. He got back.
Yeah.
D'Angelo Russell had an ankle. He ain't played in about a week and a half. And I'm not coming
Brandon
at
Ingram
D'Angelo.
Missed like 20 games with a toe injury that they were like, it's not even turf toe.
With Rudy Gobert, the second time they played Minnesota didn't play. Kings don't load manage, and if they have little knickknacks, they do everything they can to get on the court. If they can't play, they can't play. But they do everything they can to get on the court. So a lot of people talking about, the Kings are the healthiest team. Yes and no. Like they got the same knickknacks that a lot of teams have. You guys just sit when you have the knickknacks. Kings play through them.
Y'all soft. Y'all ain't tough like the Kings.
Well, I'll tell you, like historically speaking, too, like Cat is a guy who just misses games. Like there are certain guys that around the league that they just don't play. If there's something wrong, they don't play, and he's one of those guys. And we had the issue a couple of years ago where they were actually winning early in the season, and then he just missed a huge amount of time, a ton of time. And they kept telling him, like, we keep doing MRIs and stuff, but we're not seeing anything going on. Like, what is it? Why are you not playing? And like the vibe around that team was horrible, like very specific. He's just not playing. What do you mean? He's decided he's not going to play. There's nothing we can do to make him play. So the Kings don't have those guys. Yeah. And they got a bunch of guys who are 24, 25, 26. And, they're in the prime of their career or a little short of their prime of their career before they get to their prime. And the only guy who's playing major minutes on this team that's 30 is Harrison Barnes. So
barely 30.
Who takes care of himself.
I feel like Karl Anthony Towns is the guy they need to move on from. Just turn the Kings over to King Edwards and keep it moving.
T-Wolves over there.
Yeah.
The crazy thing is, I don't think they can move him I know they can't move him this year. I don't know if they can move him next year, like legally.
Oh no, they can legally move him.
And I know this year they legally can't because he just signed that contract.
He's a base year compensation player. So if that's what it is that you're talking about, I believe. So yeah, it makes it very difficult to trade him. You can actually trade guys, but it's just slightly more complex.
I don't think he's going nowhere.
Oh, I don't think he is either.
Yeah,
I don't think he is
either. They just
either.
signed him to that extension.
Yeah, I just think that they should. But yeah, I don't think he's going anywhere either.
That was the whole crazy thing. I don't think they can move Gobert either. I think they were locked in. The only move they could make was D'Angelo Russell, and they made it. And obviously Ant-Man, but they wouldn't do that. But as far as like the two guys that people look at as maybe the potential problem, I think they're locked into those guys next year too.
We'll see.
Well, I think they'll give it a shot next year, no matter what I just don't know. What's going to be different for that team?
Yeah.
I mean, if they just hit 50-something% of their threes like they did on,
they make 23s a night.
They'll be fine. They'll be Belo and JC and Minnesota. Just outscore them. You can't score with Minnesota. If they just do that, they'd be fine. Yeah, just score with Minnesota. No big deal.
Yeah. Cat was so reliable early in his career. He didn't miss a game for the first 3 years, even In year 4, he played 77. And then it's like 35, 50.
God. Karl Anthony Towns has a $62 million player option in 27-28.
Player option.
My goodness.
Okay, so and he's 27 this year,
man.
28, 29, 30, 31. When he's 32, $60 million player option, 60.6.
My goodness.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Cat's opting into that joint.
Yeah. And look, and here's the other thing about it. Cat is like a really good ball player.
Mm-hmm.
He's a really good ball player. And I honestly think here, maybe shifting the blame a little bit, they would have been fine without getting Gobert. They would have been fine. It's just the combination of the two just kind of messed everything up.
But they weren't, I mean, maybe they were better. They weren't good last year. They were maybe a little bit better than they are now. Like, I feel like Minnesota's been a disappointment for a long time.
Yeah.
Not just because of Rudy Gobert.
No, but and Cat, you could say, you could use the argument with Cat. He hadn't had nobody. He didn't play with nobody. And when he finally did, you got Anthony Edwards in there that was pretty good. You surround him. You went and get Kyle Anderson this past year. Like, you're putting him around players that could play. He gets hurt, first of all, and then you go and get this player in Rudy Gobert that just doesn't match up. So when you finally get players there, last year, I
wonder if they even called about Donovan. Did they legit just call Utah and go, hey, we want Rudy Gobert? I need to know how that went.
I don't know what A-Rod was thinking.
I think Utah
I heard A-Rod made the call.
I think Utah was sitting there.
James's favorite, Alex Rodriguez.
Not sure. Yeah. The A-Fraud. Yeah, they were sitting there like not quite sure what they were going to do. And when they got the offer for Gobert, it was like, oh, we got to take that. And we got to blow this.
Oh, for sure.
It's go time.
Oh, my God.
How many first-round picks did they get out of blowing their team up? And they're still competitive.
They're
still more competitive right now.
They're still a playing team, right?
Yeah, they're still more competitive now than the Kings have been in the last 20 years.
The crazy thing about Minnesota is
match Luke Walton's win total. They got 31 wins.
The crazy thing about Minnesota is they have one piece that they can move in D'Angelo Russell. They didn't even get anything for that. They turned that into Mike Conley.
Oh, but I think Mike Conley makes you a much better team. He's a leader. He's played with Gobert.
And that's what it sounded like, was they did it because they think Mike Conley's some sort of like Gobert whisperer, which to me screams you did something wrong when you have to bring in a whisperer. Something went awry if you had to go get one very specific player who might be able to get the most out of this guy.
Well,
and you needed to use the one asset you had to go get a whisperer.
Okay, but is that team, what do they look like now? They look like the cold weather Utah Jazz. Like, basically, if you look at Anthony Edwards and Donovan Mitchell, I mean, sure, Mitchell's a better player now, but maybe 2 years from now we might see that Ant-Man is equal to or better than. And then you basically have his point guard and his center. And I guess if you had Cat, it would make things different, but I told you guys in the beginning, no one can defend the perimeter on that team. If you add Ant-Man and Cat to the same roster, the problem they had in Utah is in the playoffs, everyone just picked on those guys and absolutely abused Gobert, made him go play the perimeter, and he couldn't do it, and they lost every series. That's why.
And here on Below and JC in Minnesota, the other issue is they're getting away with it right now, not necessarily because they have Mike Conley, but because they don't have Cat. And that's not a shot at Cat.
No,
but you can't play Gobert and Cat together. So they're forced to just play one.
Right.
And now you got McDaniels and Slow-Mo that can play. With Cat there, one of those two, who are your two best perimeter defenders, are going to be off the court.
But that's the thing I keep thinking about when we talk about teams getting healthy. One, you have that situation that you just laid out right there. They have to figure out how to play together. And I'm pretty sure Brandon Ingram and Zion Williamson have to figure out how to play together.
Mhm.
Unless the Pelicans have just ruled Zion Williamson out forever, because I feel like they haven't mentioned his name since the All-Star break. They said he would be reevaluated after the All-Star break, which by my calculations is now. I have not seen, read, heard anything on Zion Williamson.
I thought he had another setback. That's what I thought. That's where it was.
But that was
around
before the
All-
All-Star
yeah, that was
break,
around
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And it was because originally it was, at first he wanted to be a part of the All-Star game. And then it was like, he's not. And then it was like, okay, there's another setback. And then it was, he'll be reevaluated following the All-Star game.
Mhm.
And I guess we just haven't, I guess technically they weren't wrong. Like, it's still after the All-Star game. It just might be another week or two before he's evaluated. But the point being is those teams have to figure out how to play together. This isn't, and I think that's the point you were trying to make with Phoenix earlier, but this isn't Kevin Durant, who could come in, one, be the best player on the team, be one of the best players in the world, and just seamlessly fit somewhere. That's not what Zion and BI are. That's not what Kat and Rudy Gobert and Anthony Edwards are. Like, there's a figuring out process here that they might not be able to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin Durant can lace up his shoes, walk onto any team in the league, and put up 50 in the first night.
Yep.
That's who he is. Like, all you got to do is feed him. It doesn't matter where he is on the court. He'll find a way to get to his spots.
Mhm.
That's these other teams. Like,
but the scary thing about KD doing all of that is he could do that, and he could also let, in this case, Devin Booker get 38.
Yeah. No, I mean, when the Pelicans specifically, they haven't been able to put this team together, like, for any sort of functional, like, chemistry building moments at all. Like, they're not battle tested.
Mhm.
They're battle tested with some guys that thumped the Kings when everybody was out, and they walked in with no Valanciunas, no Brandon Ingram, no Zion, and they thumped the Kings. That group is fine, but these other pieces you're putting in, they are huge, huge pieces to your overall puzzle that have just never functioned together at all. They've never had an opportunity to grow together. So, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but that's a team. Go ahead. If you make the playoffs and you get a 3-7 against those, 3-6 against those guys, or a 2-7, okay, big deal. You get those guys when things go wrong against a team like that. Like, what is their default setting? They're not just going to bench Brandon Ingram and Zion Williamson and bring in Herb Jones and Murphy and say, okay, we're just going to go back to bare bones with what got us here, because the future is those other guys. It's going to be tough.
To your point, Damian, we've only seen the Pelicans go off when Zion and Ingram, one of them is out.
Mhm.
Last year, towards the end of the season, they took off when Zion was out and Ingram was able to operate. This year, when they were the 1 seed early in the season, Ingram was out and Zion was able to operate. When they're both together, it's been less than stellar.
Remember when Utah was the 1 seed?
Remember when Portland was the 1 seed?
Well, I remember that. Portland now 30-34 on the season, sitting in the 13th spot. We'll come back. How can the Sacramento Kings get a half of game out of the 2 spot? We'll talk about that with James Ham when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leaders, D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Okay. But on the stream.
114 games in 4 seasons.
I'm sorry. That $52 million is the first year.
What is?
Geno Smith.
He's making $52 million this year?
He gets 52, which probably means there's a signing bonus and then guaranteed money, and it totals $52 million.
I'm going to run to the...
Which probably means they could cut him the second year. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have your fob? I forgot
Yeah.
Yep. I drove my son's car today. Sarah's coming up for the game tonight.
Oh, that's cool.
Bringing a little dude. Cool. All the bag.
Bryce, obviously James is. I don't think Kenny is. I'm definitely not. gotta figure out. I gotta get there next Monday. That's the one. I need to see Giannis. I need to get there next Monday and next Tuesday to see Giannis and the Celtics. Hey, right on, Matt. Nice meeting you too, man. We appreciate you. Thank you, brother. It's next Tuesday. Yep. But nope. Sorry. 2 weeks from tomorrow. It's Bucks are next Monday. Celtics are the following Tuesday, the 21st. Oh, right on, Bryce. Your birthday's tomorrow. Oh, yeah, we'll be there. We'll be there Thursday for sure. We will absolutely be there Thursday. Most definitely. Most definitely.
The hell? Where'd James go?
He had enough of this and he rolled out. Are you going Thursday?
Yeah. Yeah, man. I gotta be there for TNT.
Indeed. Oh, there we go. Birthday party. I'm with it. Just turn up.
The hell was that?
What?
Don't know what these guys are passing over here.
It's the key fob.
Yeah, I drove my son's car today, so.
We are kicking off Focus on Social Media here at Odyssey Sacramento.
Let's go. Damn, you know this ain't no 40. Well, you know they don't sell that outside the black neighborhood. At least you got my Cheetos though. I gotta work some things out. Look, as I said, I was going to the game on Thursday.
Oh yeah? You think you going to the game, huh?
Trying to work some things out.
Jazz is funny. Now you can't go on principle alone. Jazz like, what am I gonna look like letting you go to the game after I came in here with the eyeballs?
Or it would be, if you see me at the game, you know she let me go to the game.
That's pretty much it. Yep. Or if you don't see Kenny there, that means Jasmine's there. Which means Serge Ibaka is not too far behind.
That damn Serge. Who did he sign with again? He signed with somebody, didn't he?
Serge.
No, I don't think so. The latest on surrounding.
Yeah, I see that. Details on a recent players-only meeting where a veteran pushed for better discipline on the road. So Elon still ain't fixed Twitter yet, huh? Oh, yes, he did.
Who is this?
That's from Shams.
For who though?
Memphis.
See? He opened up Pandora's box, bro.
Hmm.
All this was kept under wraps until he just kept on with his arrogance.
Yeah, what a mess.
We'll talk, baby. We'll talk. She like, don't baby me.
Well, Kenny might be off the rest of the week after this.
You might have to see more of me.
Might get every chore needed done.
It's funny.
Jesse's working on a really dope guest for tomorrow that he just wants us to keep quiet. Like, we know the person's on, we just don't know the time. And Jesse,
I mean, you could say it. I mean, the guy who I've been talking to said we could pencil it in and stuff, and now we're just working out of time.
so we could pencil it in
The
tomorrow.
manager said that too.
Huh?
Man.
Well, that's why I'm saying, like, it's up to you guys.
Well, E40 canceled like the morning of and showed up on Bonte Hill and in the morning roast.
We've been hurt before. That's why.
We have been hurt before.
We can say it.
We're working on times right now. I'm emailing with them right now, but it's up to you guys.
Okay.
We can say it.
So tomorrow on the live stream, Ricky Starks is going to join
Let's
us.
go. Let's go. This is not a work. This is not a work. Tomorrow on the live stream on D-Lo and KC, the Rick is going to be here.
Ricky Starks is going to join us ahead of AEW's appearance at the Golden One Center on Wednesday night. So, yeah.
This is going to be an all-timer.
Ricky Starks will be with us. Now, that may not mean something to everybody, but those that get it, those that get it, they get it. So Ricky Starks will be with us tomorrow here on D-Lo and KC. James, are you excited for Ricky Starks to join us?
Well, I just hit the GTS, so yeah. Now I googled that link.
Yeah.
So I understand.
What if?
First of all, now I know who he is.
Yeah.
Secondly,
What if the same day we had Ricky Starks on here, we could get Kessler Edwards on the game?
Okay, calm down.
now you're getting out of control.
I don't look like Kessler Edwards. Like, y'all think all light-skinned people look alike. Like, I don't look like Kessler Edwards.
Well,
yeah,
he would look more like you.
And Kevin Herter isn't my son. What would happen? We would break the internet if me and Kevin Herter were on here together. I
don't think we're contractually allowed to do that. I think there's some hangups of getting Kevin Herter on with us.
We had a good time with him today at shoot around. Chris Tavares was
scoring 20 plus points a game. He should be.
Yeah, I think Chris was on a bit of a roll. He used the A word in his first question. His second question, he asked Kevin about whether there's like vitriolic, like someone yelling and screaming at them behind the scenes. And Herter just looked at him and said, "That's a pretty big word." Not sure what that one means. It was a good moment. Like the whole intro to his stuff was pretty wild. Yeah.
Good spirits for Kayvon and the Kings, even though they lost on Saturday. They're in good spirits.
It doesn't feel like they've been down too many times this year. Even when they lost 4 straight to start the season, it never felt like I remember the Malik. We're right there. We'll get it. We're fine. Right. We're right there.
I know. I was talking to someone today, and they said the Kings haven't had a 3-game losing streak since November.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like that's wild.
It was like November 20th or something.
And you know what? That's intentional, because I remember when
it's intentional when they lose in previous seasons. I know that.
well, there's that. But
stacking 3-game
I remember
losses.
After it was the maybe they had lost. No, I take that back. It's almost a 3-game, but they had lost 3 in a row. Indiana came into town. They beat the hell out of Indiana. And Sabonis specifically said, "Hey, like, we were very serious that we can't let 3 turn to 4. Mm-hmm. Like, that was very important to us. We talked about that. That's I'm assuming Mike Brown maybe spoke to him about it, but talked about how in this league, you're going to lose 2-3 games in a row at a time. You can't let 3 turn into 4. And they're very aware of that, it seems, at all times. Like, when they lose a couple games, cool. Lost a couple games. Don't let us, like, we got to get tonight. And they play with a sense of urgency after they've lost a couple games.
Yeah, I mean, you have to look at tonight's game as that game, because the Knicks are on a tear, and that's going to be a battle on Thursday.
Kings beating the Knicks.
Well, they might beat the Knicks, but
Saying it.
again, the Knicks are one of those teams that have physical.
The Knicks are playing Charlotte tomorrow. They're going to be on a 10-game winning
Yeah,
streak.
facts.
Entering Golden One Center.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what you gotta look what's out ahead of you too, and go, okay, look, we gotta focus tonight. We gotta get this one no matter what, and then go into Thursday's game at least square.
By the way, Milwaukee's coming up. Boston's not
Mm-hmm.
too far away.
Yeah.
I think there's a Phoenix matchup on Saturday.
Yeah, this is a brutal stretch.
Yeah, this is bad.
Yeah.
But I've always said this team can compete with anyone. Now, anyone didn't include Kevin Durant on the Phoenix Suns, but this is a team that can compete with any team they step on the floor with.
Absolutely.
They got those guys twice. They got the Suns twice to finish out the season, I think.
Yeah.
Bring it on in.
Yeah.
Bring it on in. We're the Sacramento Kings.
I thought I thought it was tough, but I thought they matched up well against Phoenix. I no longer feel that way. I just don't. Because, Harrison? Hey, Kessler? You got KD tonight. That's just I thought everything matched up decent with that team. Tough, but decent. Now it's not. I don't know. And that's true for a lot of teams. I don't know who you put on Kevin Durant.
I don't know, though, because they don't have anyone that can go on and play a De'Aaron Fox either. I mean, that's a tough matchup team, but again, you took away two really good young forwards to make that deal, and then all the picks and all the pick swaps. And
I think they got that team too. Have they played in Brooklyn yet?
They play in Brooklyn.
Oh, they got
on the
Brooklyn
next
still
road
too.
trip. And your boy cooking again.
Yeah, I told
your boy cooking again.
You want to?
No, I ain't going there because Paul George had 40-something last night. I'm not going back on that.
What was Paul George got to do with?
Because you said he was like Paul George.
No, I said he could. No, see, that's why people don't trust the media, is because of stuff like that. That's that.
But he's
what's
cooking,
that called?
though.
What's that called? That's what Kenny's doing.
That boy Brooklyn cooking though. He's cooking.
He's good, man.
That boy is cooking.
What
he had 38 last night.
I feel like he's had 38 like 7 times since being a Brooklyn Net. I think Bridges' ceiling is high.
Oh, I'm a huge Mikal Bridges fan. That dude's really, really good, and he's the guy they put on De'Aaron the whole time. Just we'll just slow you down with this long, gangly guy that can defend anybody. Yeah, it's kind of what Minnesota did. They used McDaniels against De'Aaron and tried to slow him down that way.
And then the future, he's a man of his word. The future, Ant-Man, late in that game said, "I got De'Aaron." Ant-Man, a man of his word. He talked about the other day. He said these top players need to go guard each other. And Ant-Man in the fourth quarter was guarding De'Aaron Fox. That's why I like Ant, man. I like that dude, man. He's a man of his word. He talks it, but he walks it.
Speaking of De'Aaron, we saw his 30-plus point game streak come to an end on Saturday. It continued on Friday. Did you get a chance to talk to De'Aaron after the game? Him and Russ were talking a lot, and I know what a big fan De'Aaron Fox is of Russell Westbrook. And Russ had his best game as a Clipper that night, and it took every point from De'Aaron Fox for the Kings to win that one.
Someone did ask him about the sort of growing up idolizing Russ, and and he was very complimentary. De'Aaron was. He said, "Look, everyone in the NBA, that is probably the most scrutinized player in the league. Everybody who's in the league, though, loves a guy. Everyone who's been his teammate loves a guy.
Yeah.
So, whatever happens with him, if he makes mistakes, he makes mistakes. In that game, he did make a catastrophic mistake, which cost his team the ball game, which, again, it shouldn't have happened that way because the officials should have just called the 8-second call because they did not get the ball across half court before they flung it to Westbrook. And the ball slipped out of his hands.
I'll throw a better pass next time.
It was a great pass.
Yeah.
No,
well, it was a hurried pass because it was a
high.
second late at least.
Shut up. It was not. It was a little high.
That was a picture perfect pass.
It was not.
It go through his hands.
In a moment like
too
that,
high.
I mean, that was the ball game. That,
Too high.
yeah. Wow.
I mean, I ain't sad about it. That's my guy, but it didn't hurt my feelings at all.
Yeah.
Textbook pass.
It was not.
Eric
It was.
Gordon, I think it was. I don't know.
Had to reach for
You
it.
see, Ruster had some people thrown out.
At the Golden One Center?
Yeah.
No, I missed that.
It was around that time. I think it was before one of those last possessions. Yeah, somebody courtside got tossed.
Probably Lance
Russ was like,
Woods.
these two.
Lance Woods was filming the whole thing. It's probably Lance Woods. You can confirm if
I
Lance
said
Woods was.
these two, get them out. They probably said something out of pocket. I talked to you about this at the game. I don't know why people are so hard on Russell Westbrook. Like, I don't get it. Like, they boo him and they on his head so tough in Sacramento. The hell has he ever done?
I think they were booing him on Friday because he was beating Sacramento's ass on Friday.
They do it in the starting lineups.
No, I don't know.
Like, what the hell did Russ ever do to anybody? Remember they had the thing, and somebody alerted us to it. Remember they did the
Cold as
ice thing?
Yeah, Kevin John mentioned that. Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't know why people don't like Westbrook so much. I don't get it.
I don't know that they don't like him. I think that as he's aged in the league, he's become more of a caricature of himself, like as a player. So like the stats they look inflated. He makes so many mistakes in the game that are like obscene mistakes that no one makes. And you're watching it like, dude, you're 6 feet away and you just hit the side of the backboard. Or the one where like he accidentally threw the ball off of Keegan Murray's face or something. And it was an accident. Like, what in the world are you doing where you just like hit someone in the face like from 5 feet away? There's so many like Shackton moments with him. I kind of relate it like JaVale McGee. JaVale McGee is a very good player.
Stop this.
No,
He's not like
but,
JaVale McGee.
No, but like to a certain degree, like JaVale McGee is actually a really good player. But you think of all the mistakes that JaVale makes. The difference is that one of them has had like 800 times the opportunities than the other guy.
Well,
and
one
so
is a Hall of Fame player and the other
Oh,
is
yeah,
not.
totally.
And then is that okay? But is that a reason to like boo the guy relentlessly?
Yeah, I don't know why he gets that. It's kind of even like when Buddy Hield and Tyrese Halliburton came through. Yeah, but Buddy
to Sacramento.
But really,
Russell
he
is not a
wasn't,
jackass
though.
to Sacramento.
No, but he really wasn't that bad. I mean, was there?
No,
stuff...
he was a jackass.
No, he was a jackass to Sacramento. Russell hadn't done nothing to Sacramento. And I don't know why.
But he's a jackass. But he's still a jackass to Sacramento.
Yes, now he is. Yes. But while he was here, like Buddy showed up every night. He played hard. He never missed a game.
Dribbled the ball off of his foot in key moments.
He had some playing hard turnovers.
Shot 3/4 of the length court shots with 7 seconds left on the clock.
Had Alvin Gentry like.
Oh no, that
on the
was
bench, just throwing
he
his hands
took
up.
he took that one with I think 20 seconds on the clock from like 38 feet.
And Alvin had enough.
He had my favorite one of all
one.
time, the Tyrese Halliburton one, where he heaves it, bounces off the rim. Tyrese puts it back, gets the point, turns around and looks at Harrison Barnes. What the F was that? And Harrison probably just said, "That's life with Shavano, homie."
I think Harrison was like, had a facial expression like
Harrison just looked at me and said, "It'd be like that sometimes." It'd be like that sometimes. Yeah.
I don't know how we got on that, but I don't know why Russ gets the vitriol.
Well, I asked about De'Aaron and Russ.
Yeah.
Because I've joked about Lance Woods. Lance Woods did have a great video of those two talking to each other during a free throw, like really kind of like going at it before they both walked away smiling, like they were battling the whole game, and they both had really good games. I mean, I know they've since lost. They lost that Minnesota game, but we talked about the opportunity in the Clippers have since won, but we talked about the opportunity in terms of the Sacramento Kings to kind of put the Clippers in your rear view mirror a little bit by getting another win and securing the tiebreaker. And they were able to do that again. They were able to do that on Friday by again securing a 1-point victory. They have beaten the Clippers twice in a span of 7 days by a combined 2 points.
Yeah, it's over. Like the Clippers can't. I can't imagine them catching.
I think they scored 402 to like 400 if you combine those two games.
They're 7 games back in the loss column. That's just not. I mean, with 19 games remaining.
Wow.
If the Kings go 12-7, the Clippers have to win every single game.
That's crazy. It makes who he root for a little easier when the Clippers are involved.
Yeah, in Western Conference games, because you always root for the Clippers.
Yeah.
Well, even the Lakers Warriors game yesterday, like Kings fan wants to cheer for the Lakers, but That was such a
good
huge
win for the
victory.
Kings. Yeah.
Huge victory for the Kings.
Yeah.
That the Lakers snuck up and beat the Warriors. That put the Warriors are now 5 games back in the loss column. And that's huge. The Kings play them the second to the last game of the season, though.
Yeah.
You know, guys, it's been said
Here they'll be
before.
going. The Warriors will be going for their 10th road win of the season.
It could be.
They might only be going for their 9th at that point.
I think they got a Houston game on the road, so I'm giving them that one. They could be going for number 10, but you know, it's been said
It'll
plenty of
motivate
times. But this version of who he root for is so much better than the one we're used to, where it's like rooting for the Rockets to win.
Lottery balls.
Yeah.
We need the Pistons to win.
Spurs. Yeah.
It's a dynamic, the final month of the regular season we haven't experienced in a very, very long time. James had one kid the last time that this happened, and now he's got multiple kids in high school.
That's true.
I absolutely did not have a kid. I don't even know if I was in a relationship.
Yeah. I was talking to Mark Jones this morning about this after shoot around, and just like how many games, like I've written 50 losing game recaps in a season, almost every season, my entire 13 years. Like it's been brutal to watch, and to see this thing turn around is really fun, but also to see the fans return and all that stuff, to have everybody on board. Yeah.
I made James laugh with the chat. That's what that was.
Yeah. I actually,
Kings were last in the playoffs. James only had one boat.
No, I didn't even have a boat the last time the Kings were in the playoffs, just so you know.
The lake was still being built.
Yeah.
Where his house is.
Yeah.
The security guard wasn't yet armed to get to James's house.
Let's just say, you know, for argument's sake, De'Aaron doesn't go tonight. We talked about him a little bit earlier. Does this open up the door for Kessler Edwards to play a little bit more? Maybe he guards Brandon Ingram. You got Davion starting. So maybe it's more Kessler, less Delly.
I don't know. Maybe I'll just say this: that Mike Brown has been so consistent this entire season that, you know, when Fox is out, it's always Davion starting. If Herter's out, it's always Terrence Davis starting. Harrison Barnes, knock on wood, hasn't missed a game. For that matter, has Keegan missed a? Oh, Keegan missed one game early.
First game of the season.
Oh, did Harrison miss the first game?
No,
Keegan did.
And he's played ever since. Huh?
I want to say that there's one other game where Keegan had some random low back problem or something where he missed. Maybe I'm incorrect there.
That's okay. I'm going to the internet.
Harrison's played every game though.
Yeah.
You kind of can't put a price on that.
That's
pretty big.
I think Domas has missed one game. And when that happened, is that when he went Alex Len at center?
Yeah, because he was playing Jokic.
Yeah, but I remember seasons where we get to 30 games in and we've already seen 21 different starting lineups.
Jeez.
And that's just not the case this year.
Keegan Murray missed game 1 and game 14.
Yeah, he missed a random game with a low back issue. It was either low back or it was in
game 14.
Yeah.
I don't know why this is so important, but
is it against Cleveland?
I left that page. I'm trying to check out.
Yeah.
Harrison Barnes really has not missed a game all year.
No. Domantas has missed 2. One with a thumb injury, and did he get sick?
That's the story that he's missed 2. That's crazy.
Herter's only missed 3.
That game was against the Spurs, by the way.
Davion has played in 62 of the 63 games. And the one I want to say is a DNP CD because I don't remember him missing a game. Monk has played 60. So that's really it's a huge reason why the Kings are where they are. Their top, 8 guys. If you go Lyles, Mitchell, Monk, Murray, Herter, Barnes, Fox, Sabonis. Fox has missed he's missed 6 games. But outside of that, the next is even Trey Lyles has played in 57 games. He hasn't missed one due to injury. The 3 games he didn't play they were healthy scratches. Everyone else is 60 games.
I said this before. Like some people make that as if it's something that has to be apologized for. Like the Kings don't have to apologize for being healthy.
Well, no, and they don't have to apologize because their players play through injury and the other teams don't. I mean, but Sabonis's hand has been messed up forever. I mean, I talked to him about it the other day. I like, what's going on? He goes, we're gonna go and check it out during this summer, and like as soon as the season's over, we'll check it out and see if it needs surgery or not. But for right now, like, he's playing through it.
And Keegan's hand just started getting taped up, and no one really said why.
Yeah, we asked him, and
Keegan
wasn't allowed to say why.
He's just taping up his hands.
Yeah, it was one of those weird ones where they didn't divulge what it was. He had it taped up for 8 weeks.
Jeez,
that is wild.
Gracious.
And then he didn't have to have it taped up anymore, and was like, "Yeah, I don't have to have it taped anymore. It's healed." And we're like, what healed?
Was Rashawn at practice today?
Yeah, Rashawn was back at practice today. Okay. He's missed the last 2 games with a non-COVID related illness. Okay. He may have had
get those.
He may have had the Sacramento bee sneeze or something. I'm not sure what it was. The Sacramento bee flu. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, he's back. He was back at practice.
I do want to say this before we get out of here. I want to see a game from my guy Zero today, man. Ever since that 45-point game, he's been a little quiet. I want to see him step up tonight.
Yeah, someone might have been particularly hard on them on a recent edition of the Kings Beat podcast. I'm not going to say who.
I want to see a game where both Herter and Monk are both on fire.
Okay, there you go.
It hasn't happened.
It's impossible.
It's
literally impossible. Lord said no. This can't happen.
They're like the Corsican twins. Like as soon as something goes good for one, something goes bad for the other. I don't know.
I don't understand that reference at all.
Cheech and Chong, man.
Okay. All right. James always good to level us right back out. Tomorrow, Ricky Starks will be with us here on D-Lo and KC. It's happening. Ricky Starks will be with us tomorrow, as will, and I know this sounds strange, Trista Crick will be with us tomorrow.
It is lit. The professor with us too.
The professor will be with us as well. We hope that you will. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, if you're listening on 98.5, if you're listening on ESPN 1320, you want more Kings talk, you want more James Ham, we've got that coming up next for you. We're going to run it back here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings!
Oh, man.
The Grizzlies said, we're sick of your shit, Ja.
Jeez. They didn't suspend him anymore, though, right?
He hasn't been suspended at all. They just sent him home.
Oh, no. He was suspended, I think, 2 games.
I don't think he was. I think he was sent home.
And
I don't think that's the
which
same
means
thing.
They're not taking the money away from him.
Right, which means it's not a suspension.
Okay. Yeah, because he makes
if it's a
11
suspension,
million.
I feel like the Players Association would fight it.
See, that's the problem. But the Players Association doesn't have any leg to stand on with this one. Because they're specific.
He came out in his statement, he said, I'm taking time away.
There are very specific rules in the NBA handbook about carrying a gun. Because that's one of the bigger questions. Where did he get the gun? And I may have not been very nice about that too on the Kings Beat podcast.
So yeah, Memphis. So he did tweet, Memphis star Ja Morant has been suspended for at least 2 games.
That's what Sham said.
That's what Sham said. Yeah. He quote tweeted that, and he didn't delete it, but it said will be away from the franchise for at least Sunday and Tuesday. So he didn't delete the suspended tweet, but and I know it's semantics, but there is a difference between the two.
Yeah.
And now I'm unclear as if he was I don't think he was suspended.
I don't think he was too, especially because he said he was stepping away. And his statement, I think Josh said, I'm gonna step away and reevaluate.
They keep saying, well, learning on at least 2 games.
Learning better methods of dealing with stress and overall well-being. Yeah, but and Taylor Jenkins said yesterday, there's no timetable on this.
Yeah.
So it's at minimum 2 games, but maybe not.
Yeah, I just think it's really strange that he had a gun with him in another state. Like, where did the gun come from? And I know now the police in Denver are looking into the gun situation. I guess it's an open carry state, so he's allowed to have a gun there.
Open carry.
He's allowed to go full Plaxico Burress,
Oh,
but at the same time, you're not allowed to have alcohol and a gun. That's a bad mix.
Well, if he was at a strip club, he might not have had alcohol, but I don't know what the Denver, I don't know what the Denver strip clubs are like.
There was no way he was under the influence of something there.
Under the influence of stupidity.
That's for sure.
Or arrogance. So the difference with Gilbert Arenas was he brought it to work.
Jarvis Crittenden started it, but yes, he brought it. He brought the two guns and had him sitting on his seat in the locker room when he came in. But it was because Jarvis Crittenden had waved a gun the game before.
Now, in hindsight, that's crazy to mess around with Jarvis Crittenden.
Yeah, that's wild.
Then he went and killed somebody afterward. Yeah.
When Kenny get home. Jazz might have something on the table. Like, tell me more about this Knicks game you got.
Tell me more.
Tell me more about what you're doing on Thursday, big fella.
I heard you say
baby, you know how it goes in the radio biz. You know. Oh, look at those dishes. Let me go wash.
Let me. I'll vacuum that up too. Don't worry about that. Give me.
Yeah,
give me the Swiffer.
John Poles this is the one that I like. Hey man, like. Which lady's purse did you take that gun out of? Just wondering. Just wondering which.
The Harlem Nights gun.
Yeah, you shot me in the pinky toe. Oh man,
that's so good.
Yeah, it's like dude showing up in a Ford Fiesta trying to street race you with that gun, like. Guy next to you, like, man, your muffler's about to fall off. I don't think you should be doing that no more.
Come on, John. Everything about that was wrong, John.
Yeah.
Good.
I agree. I thought at one point, it's like, is that a squirt gun? Is that what he's doing? Yeah. We sure wasn't a lighter.
Yeah. There's a lot going on in that video.
This guy literally 2 days ago was in trouble for beating up a kid and showing a gun. And just gets on his IG. He's like, look what I got.
And we talked about this on the pod too. He threw the reporting of Amick and the other guy under the bus for the whole situation in Indiana. Look, man, I've known Sam for a long time. He sits 2 seats down from me every night at the game. He is not going with something unless he's got it. And straight up, man, like he wrote that story. That story is factual. They had security guards that believed that there was weapons aimed at them. And does this further that?
Yeah, this doesn't help.
Right.
No.
And then even this is one of the things that I say to people, he was capping and all this other stuff. They found it was cap. Like that's just like a real random story to just lie about. You don't see people lying about, I saw a dot pointed at me.
Mm-hmm,
like, you know what I mean? Like that's pretty specific. Like that usually has to happen for somebody even bring that up.
Now, if it was a Kings player and they said there was a purple beam on my shirt, we've seen that. They're showing their purple beams all over the locker room, like woo. The prison wallet, like he went full Christopher Walken and with the watch in Pulp Fiction. I hid that wallet. You've never seen Pulp?
No.
Either one of you?
No.
Oh man,
I've just never taken the time to watch it. Quentin Tarantino's a weird dude. Quentin Tarantino's a weird dude.
He's got the whole gory thing going on. Is that what happened with in that movie too?
Ultraviolence. So his ultraviolence stuff is gone like over the top where you're like, come on, man.
That's like Kill Bill, right?
Bill's like that, right? It has moments like that, but not as bad. Yeah, but all of his movies now are that way. Like all of the Tarantino movies, you're just like, come on, did you have to go all the way there?
I saw this scene last night in King of Tulsa. I'm not watching it, but the missus and my mom are watching it.
Yeah, the Tulsa King. The Tulsa King. Yeah, with Stallone.
I didn't know they didn't have to do that in the scene.
Yeah, they've
Lord.
never seen Pulp Fiction. I don't even know what's happening here.
Yeah, they didn't have to do that. Basically,
It's Roy
Stallone
Howard
got,
cheese.
got mad at somebody, beat him up, put his face on
A curb?
iron skillet,
Oh,
and like a skillet, like it was red hot, and then he chokes him, drags him over, and they're like, "What the hell are you gonna do? Are you gonna kill him?" And the guy's like laid up, face up, and Stallone
stomps
on his foot, stomps on his face 2 times,
him.
and you see like
2 times.
blood coming on the floor. You don't see his face, but as soon as Stallone stomps, you see blood oozing on the floor. I said, I don't know if I need to watch Tulsa King. It's not my job. It's not my bag. I don't need to see this. I don't need to see that mess.
Oh, that's funny.
That is a tasty burger. So many great one-liners in that. Zed's dead, baby. Zed's dead. How about a pancake? I want
The only
a
thing I know
pancake.
about Pulp Fiction that I actually recreate sometimes is when Travolta's like,
Yeah.
where you guys at? That's all I know about Pulp Fiction.
There's
And what did he say? Rise up, motherfucker. Is that in that?
Well, he says motherfucker in every movie he's ever been in.
I thought it
Like
was
if he
from
did
Pulp
like
Fiction.
a kids movie, he'd have to drop it in there. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, but I'd be worse than Brendan in movie watching. I haven't watched a lot of movies.
Brennan hasn't seen anything. And then every
I'm
once in a
probably
while he
close to
pops
Brendan.
off with some reference that's like, or he gets some reference that we throw out and it's like, oh, I did not expect you to get that reference. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, hit the thumbs up before you guys go.
Get in here tomorrow, boy. Get in here tomorrow. Get in here tomorrow.
Indeed. Yeah, we'll have some fun tomorrow. Behave yourselves. All of you. Behave yourselves tomorrow.
Be good.
And yeah, let's go Kings. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Holla.